All right. Welcome, everybody. I am trying this with my mobile app tonight. Walk around a little bit more, try to get some stuff done. Um, so yeah, finally got my little nap in. Figured I'd go check out what's going on in the interwebs. Mr. Sweet Old Antangelo was having a little bit of a strained conversation with his friends and stuff, and it got a little too tense because Mr. Atheists are very sensitive about their religion and started having to talk over each other. And of course, I get blamed for it. So I figured I would try to entertain a more dedicated and hopefully, preferably civilized forum, conversation channel, whatever you want to call it, to talk about and answer questions together and just share information, not be married to, all the typical religious emotional crap, and try to learn from each other. So a lot of heated conversations about people's wishful thinking about scientists like Einstein, try to answer questions. They people make assertions and then they just think that their point is true. Well, there's all kinds of counterpoints. And so I'm hoping to find people interested in actually listening to counterpoints to their own arguments, to test your religious confirmation bias, whether you are theist or atheist. Not just that you can acknowledge that there are counter arguments to your religious beliefs, but that you crave it. That's what we do in all the different jobs I've had in the past, all the different fields of science that I've worked in. That's what we do. We want to be falsified. We want people to challenge our ideas, especially when we come up with something that seems kind of novel, seems like it might be revolutionary. Dude, poke holes in our ideas. What's wrong with this idea, kind of thing. So there's a difference between just being able to accept that someone might know something better or different than you, versus, again, craving somebody to prove you wrong. That's what I've missed. That's what I crave right now tonight. If we can find some people, because everybody, again, I've been doing science crap for 25 years now, and I like to say I think I've met a few atheists over those decades. I can count on one hand. There's just atheists don't exist in science. So it gets kind of boring preaching to or talking to the choir. So my last controversial, whatever you want to call it, religious idea at one of my jobs was I was using a fidget spinner to prove God exists. Because I learned a little trick about it with teaching kids quantum physics in church. This one time, there's a church service, and I forget exactly what it was, but they were giving out prizes to all the kids and stuff, and the adults in the room and stuff. And so, I apologize if anybody's in there. I'm trying to figure out how the StreamYard app works. As far as if anybody's trying to ask to join. So if anybody's backstage and I'm not seeing it, I apologize. I'm trying to check right now real quick. There's a guests button. There's a more button, but that's it. I don't see. There's a private chat. There's a post comment. There's a layout. So if I'm missing anything, guys, I apologize. Banners. Let's see here. I might have to go hop on the computer because that's how I'm familiar with this. But let me see. Can I copy my StreamYard while I'm talking? Apparently not. Yeah, it is. Okay, so copy StreamYard. Here we go. Comments. Live viewer comments show up on StreamYard. This is an example. Tap on comment to show. Paul, there we go. Yep, I'm working on it now, buddy. Oh, again, I apologize, man. I'm doing this on my phone tonight, which makes it easy for me to walk around and do a few things, but not easy navigating, whatever you call this wonderful stuff. Post comment. There we go. Hey, look at that progress. Paste. Where's my paste? It says copy, share, select. I don't want to do any of that. I want to paste. Post a comment. There we go. Hey, look at that. I'm figuring it out. Wunderbar. All right. Okay, so if you want to try to join, let me know if I don't see it. Hopefully it'll make it like a little phone jingle. I need to find me an extension cord because my phone, this battery is pretty cool. This battery actually will last about 3 days, normal use. It's a really efficient battery, but it spoils me, so I don't actually keep it charged. I'll let it sit for a day or two. Now it's like 15%, so it might last for hours, but it might not. So, but anyhow, the point is that I don't get talking to strangers about stuff, and everybody at work agrees. So even with the fidget spinner proof of God concept, they look at me funny, and we talk about it, but they just say, "Yeah, no, Joel, you're right. You're crazy, but you're right. Fidget spinners are a good way of teaching kids God exists through quantum physics." Talking about quantum orbital angular momentum vectors and spin rates and conservation of momentum, all that good stuff. Where should I plug this in at? Huh? Mrs. Joel's having her annual fun conversation night with her. Yeah, you get to have yours every night. I get mine like once a week. Okay, guests.
No, you're welcome to do what you want.
Oh, I don't see you in my guests list yet, Mr. Saul. There's a private, there's a post comment, there's a cancel, settings, banners, brand. Well, that works. How do I? So if you're backstage, there's not like a backstage button here on this thing. More broadcast info, maybe. All right, I may have stepped out there for a second on accident. Hallelujah. Okay. Yeah. You're not leaving work, so that means you can talk, but I don't see an obvious backstage thing, Paul. Are you backstage? Let me ask you that. Banners, brand. See all this? Is there a scroll somewhere? Is it hidden? Remove from stream, exit so. This is crazy. All right. Yeah, highlight you. Yeah, either you're not backstage and it's not showing me. Oh, I just heard a dink. Guests. Oh, look at that. Add to stream. There you go.
But I thought I'd jump in because it wasn't working very well with the text. But what I was saying was I can't jump in because I'm leaving work shortly.
Oh,
so I've had to jump in anyway to say that I can't jump in.
Well, hopefully you can later on. If I'm still streaming, man, it's good to see you.
Yeah, if I do, I'll have to take the laptop into the summer house, or the wife will kill me because it's 20 to 5 in the morning at the moment.
What? All right. All right. Well, you know, I usually have, except on Facebook, you and I have awesome conversations. So whenever you get a chance, man, it'll be a blessing.
Yeah, well, I don't think the last conversation we had on Facebook went too well, but I hate having discussions in text because it always comes across abrupt. You're doing short sentences. You're trying to compact everything into a short sentence, and it doesn't come across too well.
Yeah, it's true. They also say that text removes inflection, quote unquote. So yeah.
It does what? Sorry.
They say text removes inflection. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Well, whenever you get a chance, we'd love to talk with. Do you have time to talk now, or you say you're actually leaving now?
I'm all right for a minute, but I think I've got about 10% on my battery, and I don't know how long it'll last.
I am the same. In fact, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm walking around trying to figure out where my charger is like 3 feet long.
Yeah, the problem is my charger's over there, but I'm in a metal box, and if I plug it in, I'll lose connection.
Yeah, Faraday cage, they call it.
Yeah, basically. So basically, it's sat on the windowsill so that it's out the window. It's the only way I can get a signal.
Well, if you just got a couple minutes, man, by all means, go ahead and share what you wanted to talk about real quick. I'd love to hear from you.
The main one was that chat that we was having on Facebook. One of the things that I remember you coming up with quite a lot about Einstein being a theist and not an atheist. And one of the comments I put on, which we kept going backwards and forwards over, was his belief would be irrelevant. It makes no difference to me whether he's an atheist or a theist.
Sure, I can agree with that.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no difference. I mean, I could agree with every theist scientist on the planet, and it would make no difference that they're a theist or an atheist. It still won't make no difference. I would either be convinced that they're right or wrong
Right.
on a given subject. It wouldn't matter whether they're a theist or an atheist. So if a theist was to come out tomorrow and found something new, I would be interested in what they had to say about what they found new, and what they believed in the existence of a God would absolutely be irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Absolutely agree. It's, the Tangelo's channel was just on earlier tonight. I think it was Peter was saying that. How dare you say this about atheism? That's not ask what I believe. And I kept trying to tell the guy, look, I'm not trying to talk about what he believes. I'm talking about atheism. I'm trying to talk about different topics in general. So I totally agree with you. So that's called anecdotal. People try to insert their anecdotal beliefs into a conversation, and you can do that if you want to talk about a person's beliefs. But if we want to talk about science and religion and things in general, I agree with you. It doesn't matter what people believe. It's just the evidence,
Yeah, and what was the other thing that we kept going backwards and forwards over? I'm trying to remember what it was.
Oh, we were butting heads about gun control, I think, but I don't want to get into that. We don't have to.
Well,
that's another touchy subject.
Well, you can just on a try and compact it a little bit.
Sure, if you want to, man.
I mean, obviously, I'm in favour of gun control. I'm not in favour of banning guns. I mean, I'm into shooting. I go shoot. I'm off shooting tonight.
Right, you're a soldier too, so yeah.
so I'm not in favour of banning guns at all.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of people in America seem to think that in the UK guns are banned. No, they're not. Everybody is born with exactly the same rights. You have a right to own a gun, and you do. The only difference is you've got to apply for a license. You get the license given the same as everyone has a right to drive. But however, you've got to pass a test first. And then you can drive the car. No one's banning cars. Everyone's saying, I think we best have a bit of a test it. And it's a similar thing when it comes to owning firearms. You can own firearms, but they're just not going to give it out to anybody. You've got to have a background check, make sure you don't have criminal records, you don't have any mental illness, and you'll be granted a firearm, no problem whatsoever. So, yeah, people own guns in the UK. My son owns guns, I own guns, my next door neighbour owns guns, the guy about 15 doors up the road from me, he owns guns. There's loads of guns in the UK. But the thing is, they're all registered, they're all licensed, the police know who's got them, you've got to have checks done, and everybody owns guns.
That's for the bad guys. Bad guys don't license theirs. Okay.
Well, the thing is, though, when it comes to it does work. I know you disagree with it, but it does work. The problem is when you've got the criminals. Most criminals are just going out robbing stuff and whatever. If they want to buy illegal guns, there will probably be a way of getting it. I've got no idea where you would get them from, but you can. But by golly, you're going to pay for them. And
well, you can get them from the legal gun owners.
And they can't afford to buy them. And the thing is, as well, in this country, is you will have some little petty thief who thinks, I might go buy myself a gun. Yeah, go buy yourself a gun and then get caught. First time, no excuses. First time, 5 years prison. Consequently, a lot of people that do have the opportunity to buy illegal guns go, I don't want naught to do with that. Because the second you're caught with it, you're doing a 5-year stretch. And it tends to stop people from buying illegal guns.
Yep. So, yeah, I guess I was just trying to say, so they can steal it or beat up, a legal gun owner, get guns that way too. Of course, an illegal gun owners can sell their guns illegally. But all kinds of loopholes, I'm sure we can agree.
Oh, there is. I mean, there is illegal guns in the UK. Of course there is. There is a certain amount of gun violence goes on in the UK. Of course there is. It happens everywhere. But the level is nowhere near to what it seems to be in America. It just seems absolutely crazy. I mean, I'm sat now in the middle of a farm place. We were talking about burglaries and stuff like that. I'm not joking. My next door neighbour hasn't locked his door for 15 years. Yeah. And even I say to him, you're absolutely crazy, mate.
Well, that's normal here in Texas.
There's what, sorry?
That's normal in Texas. My wife's, she's from California. They've got steel friggin' you got these fancy, gates on their doors and windows, but
Yeah.
come here to Texas, everybody's car doors open. I can tell
My,
you stories.
my car door, my remote fob for my car has stopped working, and I can't be bothered to stick the key in. I haven't locked my car for 6 months.
That's a long
It
time.
will lock. It will lock, but I've got to stick the key in because the key fob bloody thing's packed up going. I think I've got it wet or the buttons aren't working or something.
Mm.
So I can't be bothered to stick the key in. So I just pack outside the door, close the door, and go in. Never had a problem. We just don't have the crime over here that it just seems to be. Well, over here we've got people that get paranoid with crime to some extent, but it just doesn't seem that bad over here.
And that's fine. I think that people by and large can agree with everything you're saying. The only controversy was whether or not you quote unquote need them. So, gun crime may be lower in other countries compared to the U.S. The total crime is not. Total crime is actually higher, and that's the only thing. And so I actually don't own guns. I don't have any. I've got other weapons I could use if someone wants to break in my house, but I that's a whole other thing. But
I've got seven, I
I
think.
still have.
7 guns.
Pardon? Oh, okay. And I'm trained on firearms. I've got all kinds of expert, combat badges and crap. I'm sure you guys. Well, in fact, I'm expert certified in freaking AT4 rocket launchers, for crying out loud. And I know
Yeah.
I can fly an Apache, and I know all the intricate details of how the Hellfire missile works or the 30 millimeter. I know everything about that Apache. But the point is that so I'm prepared. If when I need to be armed, I need to defend somebody, whether myself or my family or just innocent civilians in general. I'm ready. I'm trained,
Oh
and
yeah.
that's all. That's the difference versus people say, "Oh well, we don't need firearms because there's not that much crime." That's the controversy. That's where it gets scary. It's like even if you think that you are safe, you're not. You need to be prepared. That's the
Oh
only. That's the
yeah.
only debate.
I'll agree. Like I say, with my next door neighbour, I said to him, "You're crackers, mate."
There you
Honestly, he never closes his door. I guarantee his
go.
front
You're
door
right.
will open. The amount of times we've sat outside in summer because we normally sit outside in our front gardens in summer. So me and him will be sat having a beer across the wall. It's only literally this high. We can use it as a table sort of thing. So he'll be sat one time, I'm sat this time. We'll have a couple of beers and we'll have a chat, especially in summer. And then we'll go in. I'll go to bed. I get up in the morning, and at the time I was getting up about 4:30 to come to work. And as I was coming out the door in the middle of summer, his front door was wide open. So
Yeah.
I'd think, is he up? And I'd step over the wall, and he was in bed, and he'd left the door open. And I
Yeah.
closed his door for him. Then I spoke to him that night, and I went, John, you went to bed last night with your door wide open. And it was like, oh, I always do it.
Yeah, I love that. That happened to me when I was in a tiny little town, like 6,000 people population, and the same exact thing happened to us. Our neighbors like text us from I don't know where we were going, but we left the house and like, hey, we closed your front door for you, left it open. We're like, okay, thanks.
Now I
Yeah.
must admit, I mean, I live in a same sort of thing, a small town. Now,
Mhm.
if I was in like Leeds, Bradford, Manchester, Birmingham, London, something like that, I'm quite sure we are talking a completely different kettle of fish now. It'll be completely different in them places.
Yeah. Yeah. This is one story. When Kelly and I were first getting married, and we brought her to Houston before we went back to California. We were spending some time with my mom's, and there was this. We were in Houston, which is very not friendly, very, very, very deadly. And I was going to go pay my mom's cable bill for her. That's what it was. And so we're in the parking lot. It's one of those strip mall. Had a big giant grocery store and had the little cable store on the side, whatever. And we get there, and there's somebody's car. The car's running with the windows all down. Nobody's in the car with the key in the ignition, running. So anybody could just go in there and just drive off with the car. And Kelly, she's fresh from California. She's like, oh my gosh, is this someone's going to steal their car? I'm like, don't worry about it. It'll be fine, whatever. And she was all upset about it. So I told her, tell you what, if they're probably doing a quick trip in the grocery store. If they're not back by the time we get back to paying the bill, blah blah blah. And so she's like, okay. So we go pay the bill. Like half an hour plus later, we get back and the car's still there in the parking lot, still running. And she's like, oh my gosh, Joel, we have to do something. So I was like, fine. So I called the police, and the police are like, okay, well, is the driver nearby? I'm like, no, not really. She's like, okay, well, I guess we could send a unit to come and look it out, whatever. And just as I was about to get off the phone with the police, the person walks up. And I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. No, they finally showed up, and they're like, all right, well, yeah, totally normal. Everybody's like, okay, well, do we need to come out?
Yeah.
I just love it. And you can't do that many other places. I agree. Texas is kind of unique in that way too. Maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, and it is where I live. I mean, crime does happen. It certainly does.
Yeah.
Like I say, my next door neighbour is taking a risk because some opportunist one of these days is going to walk through his front door without. It's going to happen at one time. If he keeps his door open as long as he keeps doing it, eventually somebody is going to try that door and walk in.
Yeah. Well, whether the door's locked or not, I think you're right. Even if the stuff's locked, people still try to get in.
Yeah, but I suppose the thing is when if your door's locked and it's a fairly secure type door, if you're in bed and somebody is going to try and break in, the chances are you are going to hear them.
It's fascinating. You brought it up. It just dawned on me. So this new job I've been at for about 6 months now. That's their bread and butter, or that's one of their bread and butters is access security. So they've got these very beefy doors and locks, and I mean like bulletproof stuff. It's just because it's for like critical infrastructure and government stuff and schools and stuff. And there's all kinds of ways to defeat it. that's what we're doing. We're using artificial intelligence stuff even to try to increase the security stuff. And
oh yeah, there's always going to be ways around security systems, but it just reduces the opportunist thief. Like I say, if somebody wants to get in, they're going to get in.
Yeah, it'll stop the petty thief, right?
Which that's probably most of the crime that goes on is your petty thieves. I mean, if somebody wants to steal your car, they're going to steal your car. They'll just turn up with a low load and pick it up and take it away, and then sort out what they're going to do with it later.
They'll replace your window for you. You mean?
Yeah, yeah, pretty.
That's it. So the petty criminal, you don't have to worry about too much. They're not going to want to shoot you in the face, so much. The crazies, of course, will. But the guys that know how to pick, a freaking bulletproof door locks, if you get in their way, they're probably prepared to take you out. So there's all kinds of balances, but that's why my position is just be prepared for everything.
Yeah, but I suppose if somebody's got the technique where they can break through the, into my house, if they can get into my house, then get into somebody who's a millionaire's house. So are they going to choose me, or are they going to choose them? Well, they're not going to waste the time with me, are they? If they're that skilled at breaking an entry, they're going to pick somebody who's going to have a lot more than what I have.
Well, you mentioned that also cool because I used to work for video network security companies, one of the top in the world, and so which I love that because people that were not millionaires could afford this stuff now because it's so prevalent. And so we'd have trailer parks. We had people all walks of life that were buying these high end security cameras, stuff that's got automatic PTZ stuff and zoom control. I mean, stuff it's got analytics where it will hunt people down in their property. The thermographic layer stuff, and so there's all kinds of deterrents. Just to anybody can live like a millionaire, quote unquote, without having to spend a lot of money. I love it.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. I mean,
I've seen. Good.
If you look at the way the average person lives now, to only a few years ago, like I say, we do live pretty much like, well, probably not millionaires, but we do live.
Kings and queens.
We've got plenty of money. I mean, you'll think about it nowadays. The majority of people own cars. The majority of people own their own house. They've all got Sky. They've all got. There's nothing in my house, or there's nothing in a millionaire's house. I can't think of offhand that I don't own. All right, my TV might only be worth £1,500, £1,500 or whatever, and his TV might be worth £5,000. My stereo equipment might only be worth £800. His stereo might be worth £3,000.
Right.
But we've all got the same stuff.
Right. Still TV. Right.
Still a TV. Still watching exactly the same as I am. It's all right. My car's only worth a few £1,000s. His car might be worth £100,000. But it's still my car still gets me from A to B exactly the same as his car did. Whereas you go back decades ago, people didn't own the cars. People didn't necessarily own TVs. They didn't have a telephone fitted into the house. They couldn't afford instant hot water or central heating. But now we've all got the same stuff.
Yep, yep. That's a whole other fun topic for me, Paul. That is called the technological S curve, if you've heard of that before, and
Yeah,
it's one of the many joys of capitalism. You have heard that?
I've heard
Are
the
you,
phrase before. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I mean that's an economics thing, but that is what drives technology costs down, and
yeah.
love that. But yeah, if you still gotta go, man, just let me know. But I would love to talk with you. Or I was hoping to have more of a scientific discussion. A lot of people out there, well, if God's true, what's the scientific evidence? There is tons of scientific evidence for God that nobody seems to like to talk about on either side for some reason. So that was my hope.
Well,
So if you know of anybody,
I'm not in the field of science.
you don't have to be.
I have an understanding of how science works, but I'm not obviously in the field of science.
Right.
I can't think of a. Have you got a short, quick scientific evidence for God then that you can give me now?
God, there's so much. We got the whole
The best
relativity
one.
thing. My favorite one. Let's see. Mine would be Einstein's proof of God, where he used what's called energy tensor equations to determine what he described as the beginning and the end of the universe. The universe, excuse me, is a finite created event. We got the super singularity that the Big Bang thing that started it. There's also calculations that predict the end of the universe, what's called the Big Rip now. And so we go into all the details of the cosmology and all the observations in not just local, but the entire universe. We got the Planck and the WMAP space telescopes that have just so much evidence now that confirm the universe is not infinite; it is finite. And so and like Paul Davies and all those others that I hear people mention, they never go to the details. That only agrees with the Bible. No other religion out there, not the Muslims, certainly not the atheists, but all other religions, Hindus, Buddhists, they all claim that the universe is infinite. They have some sort of version of the loop cosmology theory. Only the Bible says that God created a beginning and an end to the universe, and that's what the science shows.
Yeah, so science has found out that the universe has a beginning, and they
And
can
an end.
predict
Yeah,
they can predict there's going to be an end to it. But that still
correct.
doesn't prove that there's a God. That just means that science has now discovered that the universe had some sort of a beginning, and the best explanation at the moment is the Big Bang, and that at some point that the universe is going to come to an end. An end? Isn't that the heat death thing that they talk about, where everything will eventually die of a heat death?
It's either that or super singularity gravity wavefront collisions.
I mean, we do know that the Earth will come to an end because obviously the sun at some point is going to go basically supernova.
Mhm.
But before it even gets to that stage, life on the planet will have died anyway. But eventually, when it goes supernova, it will engulf the Earth and everything that's left of it anyway. So we do know that the
Yeah.
Earth is definitely going to come to an end
Yeah.
before the universe even comes to an end. The
Well,
Earth will have
that's a
stopped.
that's a good caveat. So yeah, no, the Earth will get overheated long before it even becomes the soul becomes a red star, much less supernova. But
Mm,
but
yeah,
you're right about that. I mean, there's star death stuff, but the Einstein's prediction of the gravity wave collisions, that he was predicting that might happen if there's a singularity every century. Like what he means by singularity is the galaxy size, where there's a whole galaxy being swallowed up.
Yankee
Uh-oh.
726, can Yankee wrote me a message over?
Is that for you?
sorry. Yeah, it's me. It's not for me though.
Can you log Hinchcliffe off the night shift, please?
Oh, if he's logging off, I'm going to log off.
All right. Well, again, dude.
No, I'm all right. I'm just going to log off the radio.
Oh,
I'll have to stand at the window. I won't get a signal.
you're off duty. And by the way, anybody listening that
work.
doesn't know Paul, he is a road maintenance guy, I guess you
Hello,
call. And so you're out,
Uniform 15.
he's saving lives out there in Great Britain.
Yeah, can you put me up the
Road
night shift
hero.
over?
Will do. Good night, and Romeo.
Turn this bloody thing off now. That's it. I'm free.
Pretty good. I was calling you a road hero, by the way.
Just what? Oh, road
You're a
hero.
road hero. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saving lives in Britain. So yeah. So anyway, so he was predicting that there might be one galaxy swallowing super singularity a century, but we've LIGO knows they found 80 super singularities that I've heard last count since Einstein made those predictions. So the end is probably much nearer than any of us wish.
Well, when you say near, what do you mean? Are you talking hundreds of years, thousands of years, millions
That's
of
the
years?
question mark. Yeah, it depends on. Okay, so the whole theory is based on the idea that as super singular, not just regular black holes, but super black holes, basically, as they form and they continue to grow and expand, they give off gravity waves, of course, and the bigger ones will start just basically self-reciprocate. They will start the gravity waves will reverberate, where like have feedback, with like your microphone and your speaker, they'll start to have that increasing signal that gets louder and louder and louder until you turn one side or the other off. So black holes are going to do that, and as more black holes, super black holes, not regular ones, but super black holes are generated, the faster and louder that cosmic feedback is going to happen. And as those waves feed on each other, it's just going to rip the entire universe, galaxies, superclusters, everything's faster and harder. And the really cool thing about it, and again, this is why we can use this to infer the biblical God, is this. So John in the Revelation, in the last book of the Bible, he talks about, I think it's Revelation 6:14. He says that in that last day, he saw that the skies were rolled up like a scroll, and the mountains and the islands were moved from their places. So the way I like to describe that is if Einstein's prediction is true, and two super gravity waves were to collide out of opposite spins, obviously, were to collide near the Earth, that's exactly what we would see. We would see the sky literally being rolled up like a scroll, and of course, everything gets sucked off the surface of the Earth, getting sucked into the black hole. So that's the kind of stuff that you can go, oh yeah, okay, cool. And it's not just that necessarily forever. Again, you're right. That doesn't prove God necessarily exists. It just shows that biblical science confirms our observations and our predictions, which is what we try to do in science.
Yeah, but if you read what's in Revelations, before you understand what the universe is doing, you wouldn't make the connection. So you wouldn't, 100 years ago, somebody wouldn't be able to read what's in Revelations and go, this is what it's explaining.
You're right.
What
that makes it even more awesome.
Yeah, but what seems to happen to me is science will find something out, or it'll come up with some hypothesis for something or an idea, and it will mention something, and then somebody will go, if you read this passage in the Bible, you can sort of make it fit. So to me, that still isn't evidence.
Well, again, so that you're right.
It does seem like it's been made to fit rather than it does fit.
So it's actually the other way around. So you are correct. So John wrote that 2,000 years ago, right? On some island somewhere near Italy. So yeah, in theory, he had no clue other than what God was showing him. It was a direct revelation, and he wrote it down, which is what a lot of us in science do. We actually get revelations, and then we write it down, and then we go test it. And so that's basically what happened. So John was given this insight, and then nobody, some people will challenge it, some people dismiss it, just like you do all science. And then down the road, we're like, okay, wait a minute. Here's this relativity theory. It predicts super singularities. It predicts gravity waves. So when Einstein was making those theories, we didn't know that there was no super singularities discovered at that time. It was just pure theory based on his math. That was it. The math said this should happen. And then even years after that, even before LIGO was initiated, we started to use telescopes, started having discovery. Hey, look, this galaxy is dark in the middle. That must be a black hole there. So let's go throw some satellites up and go measure it. And then LIGO was built, and so we're like, wait a minute, okay, yeah, no, here's a super singularity. Hey, wait a minute, this crazy guy from Germany, you predicted this. Hey, wait a minute, this crazy idiot from some Italian island 2,000 years ago. So it all starts to fit, and so people can. And you're right. You collect all of these observations, all of these theories, and you try to make the best thing. So, and my point is that nothing else to date, from my knowledge, and if anybody, yourself included, know of any better ideas or conclusions, I would love to hear it. But so far, biblical science is the one that stands up to our science and observations today.
I just, for me, I just don't see the evidence for a God. But I'm not one of them atheists that was a Christian and then became an atheist. I've always been an atheist, so I suppose I find it a bit more difficult to see this so-called evidence of a God because I've never been in that position. So to me, the Christian God is no different to the Muslim God, the Jewish God, the Hindu gods. To me, they're all the same, and none of them stands higher or lower than the other. They're literally all on the same level as believing in a God with an equal amount of evidence. I just do not see the evidence. I really don't.
Well, so again, that one thing I just talked about, that you asked me for my favorite. That was one of my favorites. There, again, all fields of science, everything, all science has been started by scientists that presented their evidence. So the evidence exists, and the problem I think a lot of people have, and not necessarily insinuating whether you do this or not, but it sounds like you may have. Because again, even I've done it. Is people either don't want to know, they don't care to know, they don't want to look for their own evidence. There's evidence out there that people just don't know about yet, and if they do know, they just they don't think it through sometimes. So it doesn't matter if there's evidence or not. What matters, and I think you could agree with this, that we talk about the evidence that it is available, the things that we do have, and try to reason it out together. Why does this explain this, that, or the other, or not? Why does it not explain this, that, or the other? That's what's missing, I think, a lot of times.
I mean, when it comes to the God claim and like the arguments that you put across and the arguments of like Tangelo puts across and whatever, me as an atheist, not a non-believer, whatever you want to name me, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care for the.
You are like everybody else in my book. So God says that He's not a respecter of persons. We're all created in the image of God. So you call yourself whatever you want. You're still the same as me. Go ahead.
But I can see the arguments for a God type being, so to speak, or I could probably become convinced with enough evidence that all right, the universe and everything was created by this particular thing,
something right
that we're calling a God. I can go for that,
right.
But how you get to a Christian God, a Jewish God, and all the other gods, how you get to that, that is even a bigger leap.
That's part of the fun. Yeah, no, that's part of the fun of science. So that's why Sir Francis Bacon. That's why he and other Christians. That's why they started the Christian. I call it the Christian scientific method because Christians started it. We don't have to call it that, but I like to do it just to kind of harass the mean people out there. But regardless, not harass them, but show them, hey, look, you're using something Christians started to bash Christians with. The whole reason why Bacon started that, probably one of the many reasons, but one of them was because he and others were having problems, and I forget the guy's name exactly, but it was one of the Anglican state church people that were starting to try to, like the Catholics and other supposed Christians do, they try to use the power of the state to push doctrine. And so Bacon and them were like, Bacon was a politician, he was a statesman as well as a scientist. He was like, wait a minute, the Bible doesn't actually say that. I don't know if we could do this kind of thing. And so instead of just using traditional Aristotelian sophistry, philosophy statements to try to say what something says or not, let's come up with a different method. Let's come up with something we can all agree to test. To start with the hypothesis, start with the faith-based statement, and then test it. See how it stands up to direct observation, et cetera, et cetera. And so that whole thing you just said, that was why Christians started their scientific method, was so that everybody, including themselves, can test God claims. They say, wait a minute, does God actually say this? So I like to summarize it. Bacon started the Christian scientific method specifically, first and exclusively at first, to test theology, which is the study of God, the scientific study of God, theo, God, ology, the study of. To do that, to test, hey, is this really what God says? And so Muslims, Hindus, atheists, everybody can use the Christian scientific method now to not only test, the nature of red blood cells, but we can also test if something is from God or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the Christian scientific method.
I know.
I'd just call it the scientific method. If you go back, to me, I mean, it's irrelevant who actually came out with it or came up
Hmm.
with it. If you go further, the more further back you go back in time, the more people will believe. So yeah, when science was in its early stage of development, it will have been by somebody who believed in some sort of a god.
Well,
Absolutely.
not necessarily true, because again, what the Christian scientific method did that revolutionized humanity was that it took everybody away from having to use, again, what was called traditionally the Greek philosophical truth statement type
Mm,
stuff, the sophistry. Because before the scientific method, everybody just had to use logic statements, which
mm,
can be fallible. They're based on oftentimes assumptions, and blah blah blah. So Christians moved away from Greek philosophy and said, okay, let's test this empirically, and that was different. So nobody else did that before Christians did. And if they did, they didn't codify it. They didn't make it a formal method like
mm.
Bacon did. So Bacon he is considered the founder of the scientific method.
Right.
But I agree with you.
But
It doesn't
that's it.
matter necessarily where it came from. Just the fact that we use it or not is the important part.
Yeah, like I say, it doesn't matter who came out with it. It's totally irrelevant to me who actually came out
Right.
with this method, and
As long as
it's a
we
method
use it.
that we
Right.
all agree that works. So why not
And I
use it?
only
Yeah.
I only brought that up because that was the point that why Christians brought that, or why they Christians invented that, was specifically so that they and everybody can test what's from God. Like as you asked, how do you know which God is God? Well, use the scientific method.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
why they
Anyway,
made it.
I'm gonna have to jump off now because I need to get shooting off. So,
All right.
how often do you do these streams, Joe? Because
Um,
it only every now and again I get on notice, but you don't like have a regular stream going, do you?
I don't, and I really appreciate that, man. That's huge flattery. I had one either last night, night before. I talked with Guru Lady a bunch, but it was like over a month before that. So I've apologized to Gavin and them. They keep trying to check up on me. I've been super busy at work. Today and yesterday was the first time, and over I don't know how many weeks, I finally actually could just do whatever I wanted to at work. It was nice.
Well, let's say I'm finishing work now, and I'm not back at work till Tuesday because we've
Sure.
got a bank holiday weekend this weekend. So
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a long weekend.
Well, I
But
appreciate that, man.
yeah, I'll have to. In fact, yeah, knock us up. Give us a shout on Facebook or something next time you're going live. And if I'm
Okay.
free and I'm not aware, I'll jump in. We'll have to carry on with this conversation.
I appreciate that. And if we've shared emails before, I'll shoot an email out to you as well.
I
You
don't
and
know.
everybody.
Have we shared emails?
Well, I don't know. If not, send me a Facebook message.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with on Facebook anymore because it always goes.
Well, if we could be like this on Facebook, we might
You
actually.
can't though. You
Yeah,
can't because you're not looking face to face.
true.
And to be honest, when I put stuff in text, I do it. I'm blunt. I go basically to the point,
Mm,
and try and condense it as small as I can. Because obviously, I'm trying to type something, you're typing something. I'm trying to respond to all of what you're typing, and then another one comes up. So I try and condense that into thing, and it just doesn't work having a conversation or even
well,
an argument, a debate or whatever on text. It just doesn't work.
I'll tell you what. And I know this is probably gonna be very difficult, if not impossible to do. If you can kind of try to figure out how to keep it in your mind that I only wish to ever attack arguments and never individuals. I think you and I got pissy because we started attacking each other, and that I regret that. That should never happen.
Yeah,
So
but I think you did it first.
that's debatable, but I'm bite my tongue.
I'm thick-skinned, me, mate. You won't
Yep,
bother me.
probably why we'll get along so well. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm thick-skinned. Well, either thick-skinned or thick, one or two.
All right, man. Well, you have a good night, and if you can get back on later, I'll try to be here for a little while.
Well, it takes me about half an hour, 40 minutes to get home, and then I'll be having a cup of tea. And so, I mean, it'd be an hour before I could even get on. Plus, I want to get to bed anyway, so that I don't
Sure.
have to stay in bed too long. Because obviously, I'll waste my Saturday if I do.
I tell you what, sir. If you can think of the best scientific evidence that would not necessarily disprove, because that's proving a negative, but against God, let me know sometime. That's my challenge. Why should I not believe Jesus is God? If you can, if you want to.
Well, I mean, my quick answer to that would be the only thing I can experience is reality, and in reality, I do not see it. I don't see a God. But I mean, that's just off the top of my head at the moment. I don't.
That's fine, but that's anecdotal. I've got a counter evidence to the contrary, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any evidence that I could put forward that would go, yeah, this looks like a God doesn't exist.
okay.
I don't think. No, I don't.
Well,
think
that's what we need. That's what we need together. We need to falsify each other's scientific conclusions together somehow. So again, appreciate it, man. Hope you have a safe drive and wonderful evening.
Yeah, like I say, knock us a message on Facebook. Next time we go live, I'll try and if I'm free, I'll jump in and we'll carry on conversation.
Appreciate it.
Right, catch you later.
Yes, sir. God bless. Good night. Oh, I guess Paul Cameron, everybody. One of the pleasant people on the internet, and actually, I'm having thoughts of deleting that whole freaking post on Facebook. I forget what it was. It's something about gun control, which I got a lot of friends that on both sides of that issue, and I think we ironed it out very well. That the only contention between Mr. Paul and I, and probably others of his position, is whether or not to be prepared. And I think we agree. He was wanting to argue or say that he didn't necessarily need to be concerned about it because because crime is better in UK or whatever. And that was where I was like, excuse me. So, but anyhow, so I don't see anybody else pending. I see 5+ people floating around. If you guys, I can post the StreamYard link if you need. It should still be fresh in text, it looks like. But I'm welcome to everybody and listen to everybody. My whole hope is to avoid having too many people at once on these wonderful YouTube live chats where it can get, frustrating. People get stuffy, and myself included. Like I was doing on Tangiel's channel. I apologize to him directly and the others. But I prefer, not necessarily need, but would like to find other people that know about the scientific evidence of God that has been well published for centuries. Oh, excuse me. That whether people agree with it or not, just talk about it. Like I was telling Paul, the evidence is there. The evidence is out there. It's well published. All fields of science have been started by evidence of God, and it's just a matter of studying it, reading it, learning it, and then talk about it. I think that's missed a lot in outside of regular scientific, nerds like me that do this junk for a living. And I like to, and I've talked about this before. I think a lot of professional scientists and engineers even don't like doing this kind of conversation publicly or even privately sometimes because people get married to their religious beliefs and stuff. And it's one thing to share just the evidence. It's another thing to share your beliefs. People's beliefs of the evidence or the lack thereof can get very emotional. And so a lot of us that are in science, we avoid that like the plague. Like, no, keep your emotions away, kind of thing. And my wife, she's the psych nerd, I call her. She can go into that detail a lot more in depth, personality typing and Myers-Briggs and Enneagrams, and there's reasons why people are like that. Some people prefer just a purely cerebral, theoretical, whatever, super nerd type conversation. Other people want to talk about things on the emotional level, emotional reasoning and more empathetic, basically the feeler versus the thinker personality type. So most scientists, and so I'm crazy because even though I am what's called an INTJ personality type, and I've got a strong thinking, whatever that trait is that Kelly would tell me, it's very low for me. I am an INXJ. I've had some of my results or I've only had a 4% bias towards thinking versus feeling. And so when her and I were first starting to become a couple, and she subjects all of her friends to these psychology tests. It's cute. She was teasing me and all her friends that I am a INTJ or INFJ after 6 p.m. because we actually met. We used to chat politics all the time, almost every day, with a bunch of friends in Yahoo. And after 6 p.m., I was the guy that was like, no, we need to listen to this guy. We need to hear about it. Everybody was like, room ignore. trying to shut these guys down. And I was like, no, let's talk to them. Let's let's empathize. Let's try to change their minds. Like, Joel, we're gonna ignore you. What? Room ignore type of one when you're down. I remember. Gosh, we're old. That was like 15 years ago.
Scary.
I was waiting for somebody else to come up. So I had to go, but I don't know if you heard me. I was sharing about how I used to say I'm an INFJ after 6 p.m. or something silly.
Yeah, it's funny.
We're talking about how, the scientisty, nerdy, whatever you're calling people types, the thinker types, they try to avoid emotionally charged conversations like the
All
plague.
right. Let's talk about feelings. No.
So a lot of people that do know this stuff, that do know the scientific field stuff, the scientific evidence of God that has been published, people that know a lot of the stuff, that talk about it, that use it professionally, just avoid these kind of public displays of conflict.
Well,
I
now
guess
everybody's all married to their emotions.
See?
Now the world's really scary.
That's what I was saying. And so guys like me, I don't know if I'm rare necessarily. Hey, put my drink. I haven't been drinking my drink.
Is this your quesadilla? Because I've been eating it, man.
Yeah, you want
I've been eating it.
it? You have been eating it. Well, you said you didn't want chicken.
Dude, it's so good. I couldn't even stop myself. It was horrible.
You're welcome to it. I'm not hungry. I failed my mission, didn't I? I had one thing to do. Get Kelly some Cinnabons from Taco Bell, and I failed. Got everything else but. Anyway.
Yeah, no, the quesadilla is amazing. You come eat this one. Don't forget.
I'll stick it in the fridge if you don't want it.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, because I've already.
All right. Well, that's another joy of all this fancy technology that idiots like me. I have done research and development and DSP technology, the LCD displays.
Cinnamon bonbons.
I'm just saying. I'm thinking in my back of my head all the stuff that my old dumb little self did to make this cell phone possible, to make this Bluetooth possible, to make the whole freaking cellular mobile a little bit. No, I'm crying actually. This is me whining. All this crap that I used to do so I can go buy my wife some Cinnabons at Taco Bell while talking on the interwebs. I think it's cool. And nobody talks about it. There's not enough super nerds out there, I mean, everybody's the same. So that's the thing. I'll make that caveat. I like to say that if my science and technology career has taught me anything, is that everybody is equally the same. I was telling that to Paul. Him and I are the same. Huh?
Everybody's smart in their own way.
Yes, everybody's smart in their ways. So the way I like to put it is that everybody's equally intelligent, is that just some people, or everybody has their own interests or different interests. So this is my interest. Makes me sound nerdy. I don't care. The point earlier, the overall point, is that there is scientific evidence for God. It's there. Whether people agree with it or not is another thing, but the evidence is there. So I'd like to find those that are interested in that evidence, whether it confirms their religious bias or not, and talk about it. That is the pursuit. That's the fun part. That's what I do for a living. We find the evidence. We try to understand our observations, confirm that the observation is reliable or not. We test it. Like Einstein said, that no experiment can ever prove me right, but a single experiment can prove me wrong. So that's what we do. We try to falsify our best ideas, and the ones that survive, we don't subscribe to them. Again, we're never married to our ideas in science. But the best ones that can survive our best attempts to destroy our ideas, we look at those and say, okay, so what else can we learn from that? That's what I crave to do with others. So I get sucked in at work again. Talking to me, your friend.
My friends.
Okay. Oh.
Tesla Ruth, we're doing the intro. I'm doing the intro to this so I can kill some particular trolls. Yeah.
With your beautiful, sexy, hot voice. Oh. No?
Huh?
No feedback? Your hot voice?
What? No, not me.
We used to do that together, remember? Sharing this with everybody listening to this silly channel. We used to literally just say, just read the phone book to me,
Because you have a beautiful voice.
There was one night I was sharing with her my Cyberpunk 2020 book, and she just listened to me for I don't know how many hours. Weird. Just to hear my voice.
Okay, I think I'm out.
I asked her, are you actually listening to this? She's like, no, just hearing your voice.
Dude, I fell asleep to
Gag me, I know. You're so romantical. Where's my keys? Pardon me, cat. Yeah, I am basically just blabbering, kind of sharing some of my thoughts. If anybody still wants to join, you are more than welcome. You can just, okay, Paul? Very cool. Who wants to join in, as long as we're civilized and respectful and try to do what we wanted to do on Tangela's channel. And I usually think that happens as long as it's not too crowded. So that is the benefit of my little unpopular channel. You can find people that can have fun. Hold on, I'm going to switch my network, so I'm probably going to lose. Alrighty, so my phone's little electromagnetic wave electron streams are streaming to some tower right now, negotiating who's the closest based on transmission speed, latencies, saying I'm the closest so I can share my packet streaming from my silly little phone to all the rest of you wonderful people out there in the world on YouTube. It's amazing, the technology. It's truly mind-boggling. And it's kind of like what Paul was talking about, how, you know, all the wonderful people in the past, across all walks of life, they come up with these awesome ideas that prove useful, and you build on top of it. And you build and you build and you build. Ray Kurzweil, he's one of my favorite futurists, they call it. He's working for Google these days. He calls it the technological singularity, the idea that technological improvement will not only continually increase, but will start to skyrocket logarithmically. What is that? That's like, is that my light? It was in my kitchen. Anyways, and so yeah, there's a point where technological gains will become so rapid that even those of us that are in the technology fields won't be able to keep up with it. We won't be able to necessarily even understand it anymore. There's so many new innovations. Elon Musk talks about it. That's his biggest fear. He doesn't care about the economy. He doesn't care about the environment anymore, even though he still tries to. But his biggest worry is art of the world with humanity. Waiting for it to reconnect. There we go. Look at that. Scientifically predicted. I was going to go into a cold spot. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, no, Paul, if you got any more questions, man, again, I'm just kind of sharing my own thoughts and blabbering a little bit, hoping for somebody else to join in and talk with about these things other than just myself. I don't like to preach. I don't like to equivocate, despite popular theory, opinions of people that want to be enemies with me. I want to learn. I love that Kelly, she introduced me to Robert Heinlein, science fiction author, who said that I've never learned from someone who agreed with me. Amen. So I learn stuff every day at work, but again, it's because I'm having to build up from prior knowledge, things other people learned and figured out years before me that I don't know about yet. So I have to learn from that so that I can continue to prove things with everybody else that does know it. But I still need to hear contrasting ideas to not only test my knowledge, but my biases to confirm what is more believable. That is the pursuit of science. And so, yeah, the Bible says to do that, to always have a reason for your beliefs. So, and Islam says that too. Islam specifically says that, to test your religion. The Quran says. It actually says that Allah says to treat your different religion beliefs as a contest. He actually uses the word contest. This is the thing. So I've lived with, I've bled with Muslims all around the world. I love those guys. We We can disagree religiously. You know, we agree on the important stuff. Even atheists, the atheists agree mostly on the important stuff, but they, you know, they get most of it, and we can talk about the rest of it. But that's the thing. I think a lot of non-Muslims don't understand, or they get the misconception of, just like every other religion, including atheism, is that there are things that a religious set, whatever you call it, states that contradict the stereotypes. You know, yeah, there's a lot of bad guy Muslims, a lot of bad guy other people out there that claim to be Christians. You know, but that doesn't mean that they're Christian. It doesn't mean that they're Muslim. They just say they are. What people say, words don't matter. Actions speak louder than words. So that's what Jesus taught. That's what Buddha taught. I don't know if Muhammad taught that necessarily, but the point is, Muslims are pretty cool, usually. More often than not, just like everybody. Just like everybody. We're all the same. We're all image of God. Oops. Sorry with that. So yeah. So Islam says to test your religion together as a contest. May the best theory win. And so that's science. Theists do science. I think atheists try to do it, and they can. The atheists can certainly join. They can share the theories and try to, test things together. But that, I guess, and I don't try to do it necessarily in an evil, mean, negative way. I'm just saying, atheists, and in fact, I only started doing that kind of conversation as a pushback, because it's the atheists that always, you Christians, you're all a bunch of anti-science idiots, and everything you believe is by faith. If you just say God of the gaps, and I'm like, no, that's the exact opposite. Not only is it the Christians mostly, but theists in general that do all science, but atheists don't. Atheists, you guys just, God bless you, but the whole religion of atheism is based on their belief that doesn't have any evidence. I don't have evidence, therefore God may not exist. That's not good enough. So it's just me pushing back a little bit on all the other negative rhetoric from most atheists out there. So that's why I really appreciate Paul and some of the guys that come on here. We can talk about it without having to do that so much. So ideas, logic, science, evidence. Talked a little bit about Einstein's universal gravitation wavefront stuff, is the big rip stuff. There's competing big rip conclusions out there. The quantum physics big rip model is that God is stretching the universe so fast and so far to the point where if it doesn't start to slow down, which it's not, it's accelerating still, that all matter and energy will lose quantum cohesion, as it's called. Everything is in a temporary, or fleeting, as the Bible puts it, coherent natural state right now, and it will return to the permanent or supernatural state of reality. And everything, it's all held together by spins and electroweak and strong gravitational energy forces and things like that. So if they are literally pulled apart, which, a lot of scientists, including Planck himself, would argue that it's God that's pulling us apart. It's all God's mind anyways. Then all material, matter, and energy will lose that quantum cohesion and just literally stop existing. Or at least go back to whatever original energy quanta is, which scientifically is supposed to be basically nothing. It's just the smallest measurement possible. It's not even real physics. It's not even a real material. It's just a measurement, just a theoretical. Okay, if this is the smallest thing that we can imagine, that's quanta. it's a measurement of imagination, literally. So fun stuff. But even that will get reduced. So the universe will rip apart and cease to be the universe. So that destroys the whole multiverse, destroys the string theories, the membrane theories, destroys the CCC, Penrose's old cyclical cosmology stuff, because if the universe does not slow down, because all of those theories are contingent on the idea the universe will slow down and eventually start to retract and collapse in back on itself. and all the multiverses with it. So we don't have any evidence for that. It's strictly theoretical. It's strictly a guess. It's a hope. It's a faith statement. It is by faith we believe that hopefully the universe will slow down and start over. But we don't have any evidence for it. The evidence says the opposite. All the evidence says the universe is not slow. It's accelerating the expansion. So unless God puts on the brakes, it's all going to go away. And the Bible says that. The Bible says that the heavens and the earth will be ripped apart. It'll be laid bare, and all the secrets will be known. So, which I love that. I appreciate God's going to just show everybody, hey, you know, all those things they did back, you know, the JFK assassination, whatever, you know, everything's going to be known. Paul said it, and Einstein also, he quoted Paul. He said that we see the universe and everything dimly right now. Paul put it as a glass, as looking through a dim mirror, a glass. But when we go back to the permanent, decoherent state of God's reality, supernatural, when we go back to that, we will see everything. We will know everything just as well as we are known. I love that. I'd love to know everything that I want to know about that. And that's why those of us that are in science, that's why we do this professionally. We want to know. I hear atheists say, well, it's okay not to know. Excuse me? Yeah, fine, you can not know. But those of us in science, if we don't know something, we do everything we can think of to do it. I'm going to go on a brief pause, gentlemen. I forgot the Cinnabons for the lovely Mrs. Joel, so I'm going to order that without bothering you guys. I'll be right back. All right. Uh-oh. I am on hold. I saw some sort of pop-up on the phone. Dude. Uh-oh. Got a guest. Mr. Parker. Good evening,
Hello.
sir. Hi. I apologize. I don't know if you heard me. I am in the middle of ordering some Taco Bell. And can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm not sure that we've spoken before. So if you want to introduce yourself, I'll just listen while I'm trying to get ready to order.
Oh, we've talked before. It's just been a while, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, my apologies. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
What's on your mind? The Taco Bell guy's taking a while.
I mean, you've discussed a lot of things, so I don't
Sure.
really care about the topic exactly.
Sure, no, that's fine. It's an open conversation. I'm free to listen to anything you guys want to talk about as long as it's civilized. Dude, he's still going to town on somebody else's order. Oh my goodness. Jalapeno, easy beans. Oh yeah, I got somebody else's menu on my screen. But yeah, man. No, I apologize. I figured I'd just do a quick order, but it's not being quick. So what's on your mind?
I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is. Hold on a second. Yeah, I just want to get 12 pack of Cinnabon Delights, please, sir.
12 pack of Cinnabon Delights.
That's it.
What else for?
That's all. Appreciate it.
573.
Thanks, sir. All right. That deed is done. What's up, Parker? Can I call you Parker?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
What's on your mind, buddy?
Not much really. It's
Okay.
like the middle of the night for me, and I was kind of bored, and I saw that you were alive.
Sure. It's 11:35 my time, PM.
Yeah, I'm like an hour ahead of you, so it's
Gotcha.
a little different.
So you are Mountain Time then, I think? I always get that.
No, it's more like middle, like Indiana, Ohio, Tennessee kind of time zone. I forget what it's called.
Eastern Time. Okay.
Eastern time. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
I've been all over the planet, and I've never been good with time zone. You know, I'd go by Zulu time somewhere sometimes, or GMT time, but otherwise I'm lost. All right. My brother's in Indiana. No, he's in Kentucky. One of my best friends from SpaceX is in Indiana. I get that correct. He's trying to get me to move up there too. Bless him. So yeah, man. No, by all means, I don't want to blabber. I don't want to hear myself talk. So I am very interested in what you have to say or think. You want to start a conversation? You pick.
Well, I haven't touched much physics or quantum mechanics in a while. I've been more touching political theory, but
Okay.
if you want to discuss like certain aspects of like physics with God ideas, I wouldn't mind talking about that, I guess.
That sounds good. If you give me just another minute or so, though, I gotta pay the piper. But yeah, no, that's exactly what I was hoping for tonight, was to find other people that are knowledgeable about science in general, physics for sure. What's your background in that, if I can ask?
I've just done some independent reading, a little bit of studying.
Okay. Okay.
So I know some. I know much. I don't know that much, but I know a little bit of the basics.
I'm laughing because I've done physics and quantum physics professionally over the years, and you reminded me. I think it was Feynman. Somebody said that if somebody says that they understand the physics, they don't.
Yeah.
Love it. I love to
I
quote
actually
Max
have
Planck
the
often.
I have the Feynman lectures with me, but I haven't gone through them entirely.
Yes, I forgot the Cinnabons. Sorry, Parker.
Give me 5 seconds.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I actually have the Feynman lectures in my bookshelf. I just haven't read them entirely.
Yeah, he's got a lot of there's a lot of his speeches are on YouTube now too. His reviews.
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir. You have a nice night.
Yes, sir. You too. Thank you. Oh, all right. Yeah, I was here earlier tonight getting stuff. I forgot the Cinnabons my wife wanted, and the guy recognized me. He looked at the guy like a double take look. He's like, "You're here again?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Good memory." Maybe I'm just that ugly. I don't know. All right. So yeah, no, if you whatever, man, you tell me. I've got more practical side than theoretical side, I guess. If that makes sense. Because again, most of my knowledge was from high school and just like you, just trying to learn on my own. And then I got hired into it, and where they told me, okay, everything you thought you knew, throw away. This is what and so this is what we do. This is how we actually make it work. In the real world. So I guess I got a mixture of that. So I would love to bounce ideas, especially if you got stuff tied to God about it, or spiritual side of it.
I'm just trying to think exactly.
I can try to give you some starting ideas if you like. But
yeah, that's fine. Actually, that would probably be best.
are you okay? Are you more the Schrodinger side or the Planck Heisenberg side? Let me ask you that first. Or the Copenhagen?
I'm a little bit indecisive about the whole positioning on. I think you can I don't know. It's a very complicated in my idea.
Well, it can
like
be.
how
That's
I
the
do
other.
it.
Yeah. That's one of the other joys of working in these fields is trying to not only make it simple and logical and concise for ourselves, but for other people. Because all the stuff that we do in science, it's absolutely useless if we're the only ones that know how to use it. It's like any profession. If you invent something amazing as a field worker industry, nobody else can use it. What's the point? So I love how Einstein put it: is that if you can't explain something simply, it means you don't understand it well enough. So I tell other people I chat here on YouTube that like Guru Lady and others, they'll say, "Well, I just don't understand." I was like, "Well, good. Let ask the question so we can help make it understandable." So, anyways, I'm blabbering again. You pick the topic if you want. I could bring up Planck's. Everything that matter does not exist is the mind of God. We can talk about Copenhagen's theories. We can talk about Schrodinger's whole idea of how God made science a puzzle game, as he put it. Whatever you want. You share your knowledge, and we'll go from there.
So I've only read up a little bit on Copenhagen, and I think I agree with that position that these things are like we as a viewer don't exactly. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Copenhagen's ideas are us viewing it as like independent from what it is actually, like
Yeah.
what it.
Right. Something does not exist until you see it, right? Sorry, I was not trying to interrupt. I was trying to help answer.
Yeah, I get the views. It's like I said, it's been a while. I would say quite a few months, and I've read some other stuff that I forget the view that's called when I guess like I view it as like being an observer doesn't really um change it like there's no crap. I keep reading stuff.
Effect.
I'm more of a yeah. It doesn't have an it does have an effect us viewing it, but that doesn't mean like I think it. I still have to look about like observers and like what defines it. I think that's a very vague thing because what exactly like causes an effect when you view it, like how much intelligence or like what exactly causes it to interact, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, you did. Thank you, darling. Oh,
Well,
baby.
one thing I'm not sure that would help or hurt what you're trying to allude to. So I don't want to bias you with my bias, in other words. So if you want to try to open that up, let me know. Again, from what you share, whether other information. Unless you want me to open it up to try to help explain what you're trying to want to go into, but because I want to.
Yeah, I think you're helping a little bit.
So the basic observer effect then is whether or not. All right, so back up even further. So the whole basics of quantum physics is that there's we call wave functions, which is basically some reality. Everything is a and then there's some like three-dimensional water droplets. You know, when you drop a rock in a lake, it has these ripples that go up. So sound waves, not always circles, but they do intersect. So if you drop two rocks in reality or in a lake, whatever, some of those ripples will start to intersect, right? They'll make the cool little crisscross patterns, and as the waves touch, they create new waves, right? I'm sure you've seen this before.
Yeah.
Where waves can make new waves. Yeah, it's really cool looking. So that's basically how quantum physics tries to map these intersections. So the different decoherency, the decoherent events that are happening outside of the natural or coherent state of nature, as they happen, they have these intersections. And so when there's an intersection of wave functions, like the theory of the observer effect is whether or not somebody needs to observe that intersection that creates a moment in reality, whether they have to see it or not. So it's summarized with the old phrase I think you probably recognize, whether or not if somebody doesn't hear a tree fall in the forest, did it actually fall or not? Heard that one?
Yeah, I know that quite well.
Yeah.
You've been cutting out pretty bad.
Interpretations. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on my. Oh my gosh, hold on. Let me do this. Let me switch back to Wi-Fi. I'm back at the house now. Let's open my cellular connection. It sounds strong.
Yeah, you sound fine now.
What may have gotten broken up that I can help repeat?
Like right after you mentioned the whole a tree falling in a forest and no one's there, does it make a sound?
Yeah, that's basically the observer effect in a nutshell. And all the different interpretations are around whether or not the tree actually fell or not. That's all. Schrodinger's cat, whether or not the cat's dead or alive, we don't know until you see it. Copenhagen would say the tree did not fall, because nobody saw it. The wave function intersection did not is not relevant until you see it. And then, of course, Max Planck and all the Christian quantum physicists would say that God is the global consciousness, the global observer, as they would put it. So God sees the trees fall, so they do fall. That's basically that's the simplest summary I can think of.
Okay. Well, even with the example of like a tree falling doesn't make a sound, it depends on how we define sound, because sound is usually defined in terms of physics as when someone, like an observer, like hears the sound, like hears vibrations in the air caused by some object or some instrument. So I guess if we're going to use the falling tree as an analogy to quantum mechanics, I would hold to the position that it's independent of us. Like, there are vibrations in the air when a tree falls, but you wouldn't exactly hear it fall. Just like how you can be so far from a person or a car, and you can't hear the car or like hear the person yelling, but you can tell that there is a person or a car there.
Okay, if I may caution you though, then it's not just about the sound. It's about everything. It's about the light that would be reflecting off of the tree, whether it's falling or not. It's also about just whether the tree even exists or not. Quantum physics deals with existence. And so the idea is if somebody doesn't observe the tree to begin with, much less whatever causes it to break and fall, whatever changes the light waves around it, whatever changes the sound waves, all of the above, does that actually happen unless somebody witnesses it? And so a lot of the interpretations are that when somebody sees a tree fallen, it didn't fall until somebody was there to observe it. And then also, then it moved. Yeah. That's one of the interpretations. Go ahead, please.
Then I would hold a position that says that it happens without an observer.
Right. Some people would say that, right?
What's the exact position? I think it's on the tip of my tongue.
Which one?
The one where you think an observer is unnecessary, like it happens no matter like who observes it. Like it, even if there was no people observing it, it would still happen.
That would be the original Planck's hypothesis, where it's not so much that whether it's observed or not, it's just that there's always an observer. God's the global observer. He's the global consciousness. And he regulates the wave function intersections, including our own local consciousnesses. It's always a fun word. That he creates along with everything else through these intersection events to observe not only his creation, but also to observe his global consciousness with. And so that goes into the whole field of whether or not, how far of a range your local consciousness has to be able to observe things in reality. But it answers the question whether or not a tree falls or not, because God observes it. So it doesn't matter if we observe it or not, kind of thing.
So, let's say hypothetically God doesn't exist and no one's on the earth and a tree falls down, and we're like people who are thinking this hypothetical, we can't be sure if the tree fell or not, or even if it exists, because there's no observers or any universal minds in this hypothetical, right?
Well, that would probably have to leave science, because then we'd have to say, well, how did the tree come to existence without, stuff? What's the cause of the tree?
It's just more of a question of observing and how we can differentiate. Like, how do you know the difference between being non-observed and observed? Like, is it just me observing something God's already observed, or is it just something that hasn't been observed? So like it's very, I think it's very hard to put the idea that like, well, God sees everything, so like everything is its thing, but then the whole like concept of being an observer doesn't really make sense, because like how would you notice the effect? Like it would already exist.
Sure. Yeah, and you're actually reminding me. So there's what's called an instrumentation observation as well. We've got quantum sensitive instruments that can actually try to observe quantum state changes. That's how we discovered things like superposition and all kinds of other crazy stuff. That's how quantum computers function, by the way. So you're right. So there's other non-human, whatever you want to call it, and non-God necessarily observations. But the whole premise of the entire field of quantum physics is based on the observer effect, that something either has to observe something or not.
So how do we know something's in superposition if God has already seen it?
By measuring it. There's all kinds of cool ways to measure, calculate, and even predict quantum position states.
So either you can hold a position. Well, I don't entirely understand how God comes into effect if we hold to the idea that once you observe it, it exists or whatever. You can't prove if you see something that was observed by God and then you observe it. How do you prove God observed that? Like, how do you?
Well, I think that, gosh, to prove anything in science is super difficult, if not impossible. But I think the best way I can think to summarize what I think you're trying to ask is, for example, the Copenhagen belief is that you don't need God. It's just as long as you observe it, as long as something or somebody observes it, is when it comes into existence. So basically, and it sounds ridiculous, but it's basically his point is that humans are God. You're your own God. So whatever you observe, that's your reality. You are creating reality. I've heard people describe it as everything that you think of and you see, your own thoughts creates reality. So you are God, essentially. Versus the other side is like, well, no, we're not our God. God's God. So we just observe God's reality. That's basically the most simplistic summary I can think of to answer that. It's either us or him.
All right. So then how do you hold to the position that there is a God if this whole concept of proving something's been observed by someone else, if you yourself can't prove that? Like, it's kind of like saying, like, I saw that cloud, but then it's hard to prove that someone else saw the same cloud.
Well, again, by observation and by asking. So I don't think that I can create my own reality. There's a wall in front of me. Buddhists like to say that the wall doesn't actually exist. If I think it correctly, wherever they want to say, I can imagine this wall doesn't exist. I can walk through it. So I don't want to test that. They somehow do. And if I, like, to answer your question, if I see a cloud and I want to check if it's there, I'll go ask the guy standing next to me, hey, you see that cloud? We could test reality together. That's what science basically is.
Yeah, but then how, if I saw a cloud and then I go to the other guy and ask him, do you see that cloud? Then how do we prove that someone else saw the cloud before me?
Observation. Ask them. And if someone says they don't see the cloud and you see the cloud, you're like, wait a minute, how come you don't? Then we go test that theory. Why does this guy not see this and I see that? You test it. You keep testing. Even after you think you've confirmed the cloud exists, the scientific method says keep checking anyways. Don't ever stop checking. Planck said that we have no right to assume that any physical law exists, and that if any physical law does exist, we have no right to assume it's going to continue to exist as it is. So you always have to check.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying, okay, we are testing the idea that this cloud exists, but we're also having these ideas that the cloud existed before me seeing it, and now we have this hypothesis that maybe God saw this cloud before I saw it. How do we exactly do a scientific experiment about that?
Well, one way would be to set up instruments. In fact, it reminded me. So one of the fun projects I got to do back at SpaceX at the R&D farms was set up and test lightning detectors, because we'd have to shut our every time we have a storm coming in or whatever. We wanted to try to work as long as we could until basically we got started seeing lightning bolts, or whatever, because you can't work on giant metal structures that will kill you if you get struck by lightning. So we would set up these and I can explain the details of the technology. It's really cool. It can detect electrical static discharge differences like hundreds of miles away. So stuff you can never even you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't know it exists, but this cool little instrument can, right? And I'd set that up, and it would show you it would actually give you a position hundreds of miles away of where that lightning strike was, and I could set it up on the network, on the computer stuff, we could make a map of it, and then blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I crave talking about technology. set up on the public announcement system. So we had automated messages and all kinds of debates. And it basically made it so that as soon as the lightning strike happened, it alerted the entire facility. Lightning strike in the area, warning, warning, warning. And then we would make measurements of how, if it was moving closer, if it was the danger of it, the likelihood it was going to get within our area. And so that we can test that, we can measure things beyond visible observation, essentially.
So with the whole sorry to interrupt a little bit.
No, you didn't.
But with the whole idea of God in this hypothesis is that he already saw the cloud before the instruments did.
Mm-hmm.
So then, what's the point of using instruments?
So that we can know, like I said. Otherwise, we have to wait till the lightning kills somebody on a rocket test stand. We don't want to do that. We're not always listening to God exactly, so set up an instrument to observe it.
With the hypothesis of God observing the cloud before me, the cloud exists, and we can't use instruments because God already saw it, so it's pointless to use instruments at this point.
No, not at all.
Well, how do we prove that other observe it with using other instruments?
Well, because again, the whole idea of quantum physics is that there has to be an observer. And the only question mark is whether something exists, whether we observed it or God observed it, etc. So if we're going to talk about observations outside of, or we're going to talk about reality not measured by observation, then we've left quantum physics. We're in some philosophical debate.
Well, philosophy gets a little muddy with quantum mechanics when we talk about observers.
I love this conversation. Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess I need to word my statement, or like what I'm trying to clarify, is we can use science to the best of our knowledge to prove the cloud exists before I even observe it, or like a cloud's coming to me. But it is very hard if we hold to the position now we've observed the cloud and we have these hypotheses about the cloud existing and not existing before the instrument or even I saw it. And then put the idea that, okay, maybe the cloud always existed. And the way it exists is by a universal mind or some God.
Global mind, right. And
to prove this hypothesis of a universal mind would require us to not think in terms of instruments we've been using to observe the cloud before it hits me, but rather in the way the universal mind interacts with the cloud. So the way we know I interacted with the cloud is, whatever the way we did. So it is very hard to repeat that same method on something else and another observer that we can't exactly pinpoint. Like it's trying to I don't know, pinpoint the exact. This is a bad example. Like when someone throws like a piece of wood or driftwood over a bridge into a river, and I'm walking down the river, and I see the driftwood, and I first person to see it, air quotes around that, and then we try to think, okay, well the driftwood had to be at some point it had to fall into the river, and so we try to prove how it was observed, or like who exactly did what with the driftwood, and we fall in the same dilemma. It's very hard to prove what happened to the driftwood to end up in the river, to end up being observed by me. Which brings into question, like, why be even thinking the idea of someone throwing driftwood into the river is if any higher footing than any other hypothesis about the driftwood.
Right. So that's again, that's where we want to move away from the philosophical what ifs and go into empirical scientific observation. So to answer that, what we'll do is try to collect as many scientific points of data as possible. So going back to the cloud or the lightning example, if we want to confirm if a cloud, or even more specifically a statically charged cloud that's going to try to kill somebody on a rocket test stand, we're going to set up as much instrumentation as we can possibly, and much of other observations. You can call somebody, you can ask the weatherman, you can call your friend that you think this cloud is down the road, 100 miles away. Hey, do you see this cloud? Did you see this lightning strike? We can set up satellites. We can set up all kinds of external observation points, try to confirm what we think might exist beyond our observation. And so that would simply confirm or deny if we are creating our own quote unquote reality, as the Copenhagen thing would say, versus if God's creating reality, as the Planck or the Heisenberg. Sorry for bringing up Heisenberg. A lot of people that follow this stuff will say he's kind of middle. He's a fence setter, but Heisenberg made Planck's theory possible with the uncertainty principle. Blah blah blah. So I include Heisenberg and Planck together. But regardless, it's either God did it or humans do it or people do it. And same thing with your log experiment. I think is that the only way to confirm whether or not it's your observation that made that log exist and fall in the river versus somebody else's is to set up data points. And so if you've got to set up some sort of instrumentation along the riverbank to confirm whether people throw rivers in the thing or whatever you've got to do to test your experiment is the solution.
So then, how do you say that there's empirical proof or scientific proof that God exists with quantum mechanics? If we like delve into this whole philosophy, but then we had to go back and try to say, well, let's not talk about step A. Let's look at step B, and then like look at the list.
Mm-hmm. Because we confirm, those of us that agree with the Planck side, that humans or people do not create our own reality. That reality is as Einstein put it, reality is merely an illusion, just a very persistent one. So we'll do tests to confirm that we cannot change reality by our own observations. Like you were saying, the observation still, the thing that's in reality still exists whether we observe it or not. So if quantum physics is useful at all, and if it can be true at all, something somewhere has to observe that. So either we do it and create it and see the wave function intersections happening and start that observer effect, or God's doing it. That's it. So if it's not us, and we use our best of our knowledge, our own scientific experiments, we people like me believe through our evidence that I cannot walk through this wall. I could test it right now, but I don't want to. I've got faith that wall is solid. And so since I can't change the reality of the wall based on my own observation, then God's in control, not me. On a quantum physics level.
So, okay, this is the hypothetical. It kind of presupposes a little things, but let's say I don't know. Let's say we have like a monkey in space when like the Earth is formating during the formation of the solar system, and the monkey's like watching stuff happen on Earth, like XYZ happens on Earth, like someone threw a log into a river, he observes that and whatnot. Then what comes into question is, okay, well, how do we prove that it isn't just some monkey outside in space observing us?
By either asking the monkey, or if you can't talk to the monkey and he somehow survives the vacuum of space, you don't believe it. You can't prove it. You have to find something better. You have to do a better experiment.
Well, how do you do an experiment to prove there's like a monkey out space? Like, I mean, I'm not saying like go out. I mean, clearly you can go out into space and find the monkey, but I mean, this monkey's like a ninja. He's a ninja monkey. You can't find him.
Popsicle. I was thinking you're going to bring up Bertrude's kettle, man. If you're familiar with that or not.
But let's just say in this episode, I don't think I'm. I don't.
Yeah,
no.
His hypothesis was that if there's a kettle floating in space orbiting the sun, does it actually exist or not? Kind of sort of thing. Kind of similar to your monkey in space hypothesis.
Well, I'm just using the monkey. I'm just trying to use the monkey in space as an example of how viewing things can be like offhanded and we don't know it.
So that again,
it's very hard to.
The answer is that's your hypothetical. That is your faith-based statement. You made by faith. Could a monkey observe the universe? So you have to test that. And I could offer. Again, I'm the rocket guy. I could say, hey, I can get you. In Elon Musk right now, he's selling his rocket systems to private. There's just on one next year. There's group of 4 guys that can do the first ever all civilian, crewed orbital mission. We can go hook you up. We can go see if you can go find some monkeys in space if you want. But that's your prerogative. I've got other tests and other experiments that I set up to check reality.
But how do you set up an experiment to prove that God is observing the universe?
I gave already some examples already. The wall thing, whatever else that we can try to. Again, it's just a matter of checking if reality changes by our observation or not. If it does not, if our personal observation does not affect reality, then God has to do it.
But that doesn't get rid of the monkey in space, the ninja monkey in space.
Well, again, you have to see if the monkey's perception, observer, whatever, changes things or not. So you have to create your experiment to be able to test your monkey. Otherwise, it's a useless experiment.
It's a ninja monkey. When I say ninja monkey, I mean you can't catch the ninja, you can't see the ninja.
It's a relevant experiment. That's like saying, what if there's a tooth fairy out there that can tell me whether or not my toe fungus is, or whatever, you could say anything. That's a experimentation. Scientific experimentation has to be able to be testable. It has to be reasonable. You have to be able to say, hey, what can I do to set up this experiment to test whether or not my observations are relevant versus if my observations are irrelevant.
I think that's just a giant step up to saying like, well, if I do a personal observation of me like closing my eyes and then I hit the wall, that means I don't change reality. But that does not reflect it does not reflect anything about reality. It does not show that there is a God or anything higher than that. It just shows that there is something beyond my vision or whatever that is observing me, and is.
So I understand what you're trying to say. So what you're doing is a strictly philosophical statement, and yes, you could argue philosophically whether that's true or not, but quantum physics says otherwise. If you're sticking strictly in the quantum physics field, then it's either local observation or global observations. Anything else is outside of science.
How do you know it's just? Is this one God? How do we know it's one God?
Test it. Again, that's why Christians invented their scientific method, to test that, to test theology.
Okay. How do you prove that there is one God in quantum mechanics?
For the guys that I hang out with, at least, and I'd love to hear those that disagree with this. We collect as much data as possible, as many observations as possible, and see which quote unquote God story is out there that matches it. And so for all of the observations that I'm aware of, and again, guys that I talk with on a daily basis, it's Jesus. Like Einstein said, he agreed with Spinoza, Jesus is God. Based on our observations. If there's better observations, we'd like to hear it.
What do you mean observations that show it's Jesus? What do you mean by that?
Because
how does that involve with quantum mechanics at all?
Because again, we look at things that we observe in the universe. We got the cosmic background radiation, for example, like Spinoza discovered, confirming biblical science, as I like to call it. All of the data that we have confirms that the universe, like we were talking about earlier, I think it was you and I, maybe with Paul, is a finite created event, that the universe is not infinite, that there is a first cause outside of the universe. Quantum mechanics itself also dictates there is a supernatural versus a natural state of reality. There's a decoherent and a coherent state that changes based on observations of those wave function intersections. So something changes between the supernatural state and a natural state. The natural state is fleeting, as the Bible puts it. It's temporary. So all of these observations match up with what's talked about in the Bible better than anywhere else I've ever seen anybody talk about. So based on that, and again, that's not conclusive. If there's better observations out there, let's hear it. But so far to date, that is the best category, best explanation. And then for me personally, and people like Spinoza, for example, he said you can communicate directly with God. Or the founder of analytical psychology, Carl Jung, I don't know if you're familiar with psychology science, of my wife, he argues that he doesn't believe God exists. He knows God exists based on all of his research in scientific stuff. So not only do we have all these scientific fields, but we've got our own personal, analytical, or even anecdotal observations that may not necessarily convince anybody else, but sure the heck convinces us. You know what I mean? We got both scientific and anecdotal evidence.
Okay, so now we're going into different branches of science, and well, we're talking about cosmology, so I think that's a little bit of an overstep
And
from
psychology.
quantum
You're right.
mechanics.
You got me there. And I mentioned psychology too. That's right.
So, as my original question was, how exactly do we use quantum mechanics to prove a monotheistic idea of God?
Well,
Because as we've
outside of what I've
already
already said.
shown, how do you use quantum mechanics to prove a monotheistic idea of God? Even
You're
though
saying
with the examples,
outside of what I've already shared, the comparative analysis between all different theories of who God is.
well, that's overstepping from quantum mechanics. Wouldn't you say?
No, because again,
Going into
all
theology.
Not at all, because all theology is science. So everything that we do in science is used to try to understand and compare all of our understandings across all the different fields.
I'm not going to disagree about the interaction of different fields of science, but I'm not understanding how we're involving theology and quantum mechanics to prove a, like, sure, I get the whole idea of, well, we have this one set ideas by the Bible, and they coerce this observation, but if we go with the examples I've talked about in quantum mechanics about, well, we can't exactly prove any higher than maybe one person before me viewing the cloud or whatever, comes into question of, well, maybe someone viewed the cloud before that person viewed the cloud, or maybe two people view the cloud at the same time. Like that is a little bit philosophy, but then again, philosophy is a science of knowledge. Well, not of knowledge. Philosophy is like the mother of science, kind of. So I don't see the problem with talking about philosophy exactly when discussing quantum mechanics. Joel, are you there?
All right. I think I'm working. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Paul. Where did I lose you, man? Did not look like I lost connection.
I was just talking about like why talking about philosophy and quantum mechanics is not entirely a bad thing when I bring in like philosophical ideas. Because philosophy, huh?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, I was talking about like how philosophy is kind of like I wouldn't say the mother of science, but like, yeah, I would say like the mother of science in a way. So I don't understand like why bringing up philosophical ideas doesn't hold any merit exactly.
Did you hear my
Like
Robert
why we're not talking about that?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said about how Robert Griffiths talked about that?
No, I don't think I heard that bit.
Yeah, he said that if we need an atheist for debate, we go to the philosophical department, the philosophy department, but the physics department is a much use. And I was trying to go into again how we rehashed earlier tonight already that what the Christian scientific method did that revolutionized all everything, the whole world, humanity, and everything was we moved away from the ancient Greek philosophical sophistry, which is mostly anecdotal. It's all based on can you prove this, can you falsify this, which is great, but people can agree and disagree, and they can just throw logical fallacies out there. You don't really get very far. Versus if you use the Christian scientific method, you have to say, is this repeatably, observably true in real time? Test it. Get away from philosophy. Don't use opinion. use observable scientific evidence for your
Well,
belief.
philosophy isn't entirely inherent on opinions and subjectivism. It's more, well, depending on how you're using philosophy and what kind you're using, then it can be as empirical as the scientific method in terms of how we're speaking.
I wish.
Well, then
like
I don't really understand, like, I feel like you're just brushing off philosophy as some sort of old system of, well, it's not based on evidence or whatever, even though philosophy has done a great amount of backbone for a lot of branches of science in terms of how to understand, like, mathematical equations and, like, what they mean and apply into the real world.
Right. So I would, again, the people I work with would scoff at that. Math has nothing to do with philosophy. In fact, if you use philosophy for math, it's not math. Math is this whole field to itself. It's a whole other immaterial thing. Philosophy is only for trying to check truth statements. And as most, especially atheistic philosophers would all argue, truth is subjective to them. That you can have your own truth. So they use philosophy and ignore science to make their arguments.
I feel like it's just a backslap to the ideas of, like, why some things are faster in different mediums, like those, like, mathematically explained, but, like, you also use words and philosophy to explain why, like, changing of mediums, like, I'm using philosophy in a very loose term here.
Sure. Okay.
But that's the way to understand things, is to explain it through words, and the only way to fully comprehend why like, energy can be made from highly accelerated speeded up mass is through an equation, and the only way you can comprehend that equation is to use, like, philosophy in ways you can turn it into, like, changing the equation to say some other things. Like, you have to use philosophy and mathematics to show like x equals yz, and you can use mathematical algebra to show that, like, z is equal to x divided by y, and that demands you to use some form of philosophy to explain why some things are as they are,
right?
Because of that equation.
That is a common misconception. I'm telling you, so that is actually what's called semiotics. The idea to transfer different forms of thought, which is epistemology, by the way, it's not philosophy, into symbols. And so all of language, letters, alphabets, mathematical equations, all the things you just talked about, that's semiotics. And John Lennox, I don't know if you're familiar with him, he usually destroys most atheists in debate about the differences of semiotic observations, but he's led a lot of people to the Lord with semiotics.
So, like, let's take the simple equation E equals mc squared.
It's not very simple.
Can change. you can. I mean, yeah. I'm using, in terms of variable. It's very simple.
I got you. Yes, sir.
But you can change the equation to say some other things, like to show. You can do basic algebra to show, like. It's been a while since I've actually done there's some restrictions. There's, like, some restrictions on what you can do if E equals mc squared, because I forget what Einstein originally wrote for that equation, but he ended up with.
Right.
Einstein didn't have E equals mc squared. He had a very different equation, and then he changed it around, essentially, to make it E equals mc squared.
You can do the same thing with the Ohm's law, everything, right?
Yeah, which is, and the reason why I bring that up is to show that, like, the only way you can have thought and, like, the thoughts that come from the results of what these equations show is a philosophical understanding of the equations, because you can understand the equation in the sense of, like, energy being this and that, but then when you change the equation, you can say, like, well, that's actually just matter being very highly accelerated.
So scientists like myself would absolutely disagree. We would say it's the epistemology. It's the ability to codify scientifically your thoughts. That's exactly the opposite of philosophy, because philosophical statements can change based on just assertion and based on opinion. Again, a lot of the atheistic philosophers will say, "Well, that's your truth. This is my truth." That's the exact opposite of science. In fact, Einstein, I love him so much. He said it very, very unequivocally. He said that religion and science are interdependent. And unfortunately, I'm not on my computer to get the quote perfect, but in fact, I shouldn't even bother to try to dice it up. I apologize. But Einstein and others, they go into the difference of people trying to make a philosophical argument versus a scientifically empirical argument. They're two different things, two opposites. That helps.
You mentioned like I have a like kind of a speech impediment, so like if I say some words
You're
incorrectly,
fine, man.
then
No, you're fine. I've known people with far worse than you. You're very good. Good.
You said epistemology. I can't say it.
No, I have a hard time, dude. I don't blame you. Epistemology, epistemio, I don't know. The study of knowledge.
That's a branch of philosophy, I'm pretty sure.
It's a science. It's a study of. Ology means study. Theology, it's the scientific study of God. Biology, the scientific study of life.
Yeah, it's a branch of philosophy. Epistemology is a branch of philosophy.
People could probably use the scientific branch of epistemology to test philosophical statements, but not the other way around, I would argue.
Okay.
And if you can show otherwise, I am all ears.
So, like, you can say the, what's it called? A is A, B is B. The law of
algebra.
Law of non-contradictory I don't really like. But that's I guess an okay example. So we can use the law of non-contradiction.
Let me interrupt you real quick and ask you this: are you familiar with what's called? Oh my gosh, my brain is having a fart. It must be getting late. Logic. What's it called? Something logic. Not Boolean logic. It's often used with Boolean logic. It's an alien language. Gosh, it starts with a P. I apologize. I was going to ask you, and then I forgot. I am so rude.
Etymology? I don't
know. Well, predicate logic. Are you familiar? Have you ever heard or looked at predicate logic before?
No, I've not.
Yeah, it's basically an alien language, I like to call it, but it's used for a lot of different mathematical and scientific stuff, where you can take literally anything. You can take a whole sentence. You can say, my sister likes to walk her dog, and you take that sentence, that structure, that whole philosophical thought, we're going to call it, and put it into a variable equation, and then you can apply equations, mathematical, divisions and additions and subtractions to anything you want to. Systematically or however you want to do it, and put logic statements to it. So what you're trying to describe to me now, I think, oh gosh, my cat, is what that is, predicate logic. And if you were familiar with it, we could have had a much briefer conversation, but please go ahead if you're not.
Yeah, I need to leave that phone. Right.
Sorry. Please go ahead. I apologize.
No, I'm just trying to look up. I'm trying to look up. I can't even spell that. How do you spell that?
Predicate. Oh my gosh, Kelly. So I'm this crazy.
Oh wait, now I figured it out. I figured it out.
Predicate logic. PRED. She's my secretary.
ICATE.
Did you hear her?
Yeah, I got it.
Yep. And it's extremely flexible. You can use it for anything. I used it. I was going through my 3D game and simulation programming degree. We were using it for artificial intelligence programming, so you can use it for anything. That's why I love it. Including philosophical statements. You can, and that's how I think I think you're talking about the contradictory theory. You got Gödel's incompleteness theorems. All these theorems can be quantified mathematically by predicate logic. Very powerful.
Yeah, I think I am kind of like getting at predicate logic.
Yep. I think you,
But like,
listening to what you've shared, you would probably love it.
yeah, I probably should go a little bit more into this. I really can be on for a little bit longer. Need to go to bed soon. Anyway.
I'm starting to go crazy too. 12:30. I understand. Go ahead. I want to hear your thoughts.
So I guess when I kind of bring back the original idea of there being like more than one God, and the whole, if we didn't have the Bible, how would you use quantum mechanics to prove that there is a monotheistic God?
Well, that's an awesome question. I'm trying to think of. So I've actually met people that have done that. I've of course worked with Hindus. Worked with a lot of Buddhists that have told me how they came to know that Jesus is God without the Bible. And even other Muslims have showed me how they found Jesus. And unfortunately, right now I'm not remembering any details. But the ultimate caveat for all of us, even self-confessing Christians, is again to check and test the evidence. If you want to try to find out how many gods there are or who God is, make your observations, create your experiments, and test it.
Okay, so we have observed a cloud and we have hypothesized about the cloud, and we've came down to this about three ideas, or kind of two if you really want to be rough about it. One, either us viewing the cloud creates the cloud, or someone else observed the cloud and it could be a infinite chain, or maybe someone whatever created a cloud. And the third option could be there's a universal mind and all things in there he's seeing. And with the second option about the infinite chain of observers, makes it a very, it makes it itself is a hypothesis, and it's as equally as valid as the other three. And since we don't have any like form of like, Bible to clarify on, it is valid to say that either of these hypotheses could be correct. Even if we can prove that man himself did, observing the cloud did not create the cloud, we still have the infinite amount of observers and the universal mind hypothesis.
I think I might be able to help now. I think. So yeah. So again, in science, we do not use what ifs. We don't say, okay, what if this observation doesn't exist? We only try to collect all observation, no matter how contradictory or stupid even it may sound. So the Bible does exist. The observations in the Bible have been preserved. And so again, there's a lot of things that we don't necessarily know or even fully understand yet until somebody else learns something that connects it all. That's why we interconnect everything, every scientific field, theology, all of it. You have to put it all together to try to hope to make sense of everything. And so one of the many ways that a lot of us Christians do, for example, is like Fred Hoyle, for example. He is the founder of what's called the stellar nuclear synthesis theory. And he actually started to develop this when he was still an atheist. And it was part of what forced him to want to become a Christian. The idea is that you've probably heard of before, stellar nurseries, nebulae nurseries. The idea, the nebula gas clouds that were formed after the Big Bang, just kind of floating out there, and eventually, if there's enough gas material collecting around itself enough, it'll start to cause gravitational field attractions and slowly, spiral into planets and stars and create solar systems. And so Hoyle started to come up with that theory, and it fits the Genesis 1:1 claim that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And so whoever observed the science that was written down in the Bible agrees with, or further confirms, a better way of putting it, Hoyle's hypothesis of stellar nurseries, and we can go into the details of that. So those two collaborations, on top of many, many others, helps formulate that quote unquote best current idea of what fits the evidence.
So I mean, yeah, scientifically that makes sense, but that does not remove the hypothesis of an infinite observer or multiple observers.
Sure.
That
No, I
just
agree. But again, that's what we have to test that. What evidence is there to negate the current conclusions of biblical science with Hoyle's science, with Einstein's science, with all the other science? Again, you're right. We have to always keep our mind open to the possibility that everything we think is wrong and test it. So you're right. I'm not going to argue with you. You're right. If there's a possibility that there's no God or infinite gods, let's find out.
all right. That sounds like a good note for me to leave because I'm
All right,
tired.
I appreciate it. No, I am too. I think I'm only awake because you're so such a good stimulating set of questions, and I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, this was nice.
Okay. Yeah, and if you got more specific questions, let me know. Otherwise, I think you and I agree. You have to test it. Create the hypotheticals, create the experiment best you can, and go from there.
All right. Good night, I guess, where you are. And good night for me, too, because we both live in America.
All right, man. All right, I'm going to play Blabber a little bit more longer. More longer. See how tired I am. But yeah, man, you have a good night. God bless. We'll talk to you again. So yeah, still got a few watchers. Paul, if you're out there, man, come on back. He's got my thinking going. This is that's what I do. I'll stay in bed late at night for hours just thinking. It's kind of a curse. So there's other people out there that want to think together. By all means, jump on in. But I hope that made sense to people. That again, that's my understanding of science is the only purpose for it is to collaborate the best we can with as many thoughts and theories and beliefs as possible and make sense of it together. What makes sense? Why does this not make sense? Why does this make sense? Does this actually make sense? Like we were just doing. So that was fun. So again, the guys I work with, they know all this stuff already, and I'll share that story then while I'm waiting for see if somebody else wants to jump in. Was that so? Again, I'm brand new at this job. A lot of these guys have been here 20-something years, which is a miracle by itself these days. Most jobs, people barely stay in 5 years, much less shorter. But these guys have been here forever, and so I'm just now getting to know them still, and they've got all they're a very tight knit little group. Very blessed that they hired me and stuff. Awesome group. But so there's one guy, I forget what we're talking about, and I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I should bring up, he said something that hinted that he might be Christian, but wasn't sure. I didn't want to offend him. I didn't want to, you're the new guy. The worst thing you do, bring up politics or religion, right? So I forget what we were talking about, but I brought up something to do with miracles. I'm trying to remember what it was specifically, but I think it was something to do with healing. Oh, yeah, it was about how God healed my foot. I broke my foot in the army, and gave me a permanent profile. And I was there. They kept telling me to go get disability, but I was like, I'll live with it. VA hospitals suck. It's a whole other story. But so I lived in chronic pain for 10 years after I got out of the military. I did not get a medical discharge either. But and a friend of mine, not to go into that too much, but I had a friend of mine from high school that I helped lead to the Lord. That was another cool story. Got full of stories. Called me up out of the blue one time, and it was just after I had arrived back from Texas. I haven't been to Texas for years. He didn't know. He's like, "Hey, where you been?" Yeah. Oh, hey, we're 2 hours away. What? Come over and see me. Because he had a dream. He wanted to. Anyways, long story short, God healed my foot through him miraculously. Just 10 years of pain every day and swelling and misery and podiatrist talking about cutting my foot in half and stuff I didn't want to do. And it's gone. It's healed. It's perfectly fine. I can run again. Praise the Lord. So I mentioned that somehow in a conversation with one of my coworkers recently. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I know. He started going on these. He collects all kinds of scientifically documented miracle stories. He says he's got DVDs now full of saved videos and research papers he collects over the years. I was like, wow, what can of worms did I open with this guy? So not only did he not offended by the idea that God exists and performs miracles today, but we don't talk a lot about religion yet, but we do now. But before then, it was all strictly about the science and the coding that we do, and it's refreshing. But the point being that the people I work with throughout all my career, this job, my last job, are all Christians. SpaceX are mostly Christians, or they're all theists. There's one guy we suspected might have been an atheist out on what was called the Super Draco engine stand, and we never knew for sure, because the only reason why is because we had talked about theology all the time during, just to help make the time go by and stuff like that. And when we'd start to talk about something about God, he'd quietly walk away, which is fine. You go find something else to do. But so he may have been an atheist, but everybody else was theists. Everybody, we had Hindus, I met my first real life Calvinist on the large booster, the first aid booster stand, large site, and that was fun because he was really cool too. Real humble guy, and which is, I found out later, is rare among Calvinists apparently. But we would find things to do near him just to be able to talk. Man, it's fun, which I hope he appreciated. He made his work a little easier. But that's all we did. I talked with this one Mormon guy out of the Raptor engine stand. We'd talk. We talk after work, man. That was great. The Subway was always a restaurant that'd stay open late at town. We go and get a Subway 10 o'clock at night. Our wives were like, "Why aren't you?" So we're debating God. It's Mormon versus this. I'm non-denominational. I've been to every Baptist, Pentecostal. I've been to it all. So I like Mark Lowry's skit on the internet if you guys want to find it. It's called Recovering Fundamentalist. It's absolutely brilliantly awesome. It's funny. You guys love it. You have a good night, Paul. If I missed you, it's a pleasure as always, man, talking with you. Anyhow, so I don't get to talk about this stuff much with people of opposite biases, I guess is the best way to put it. So I need you guys come in and talk to me. Learn this stuff with me, or just learn it on your own and come tell me why is this idea wrong? Why was, like I was trying to bring up when I first came on Tangelo's channel earlier tonight, some guy was Peter was saying something about thermodynamics proves God is false. I was like, wait a minute. The guy that invented that codified all 3 laws of thermodynamics, or 4 laws, whatever it is, William Kelvin, he actually said that his summary was, if you study science deep enough and long enough, he said, it will force you to believe in God. Which I love quoting that, because and the guy's like, well, that's because he did. Well, that's right. So look at the reasons why he said it. Don't just dismiss it out of hand. Don't be the religious hypocrite you say Christians are. Go see why Kelvin said that. Go study the laws of thermodynamics you claim you understand yourself, to be able to make the atheist religious statement that God doesn't exist. Go study why the guy that you are stealing the science from, that he discovered, that he codified, that he made it so that you can learn about it, and everybody else, he started it. Go look what his reasons are and tell us why his reasons are wrong and your reasons are better. They can't do that. They won't do that. It's frustrating as heck. So again, all of those that I know in science, they do that. They went and looked at Kelvin's reasons. They went and looked at Planck's reasons. They went and looked at Copenhagen's reasons. They went and looked at Bohr's reasons. And they're like, well, wait a minute. These atheists, they're not right. The science says that God exists. Einstein, he tried to keep it subtle. He tried to, he didn't, I think he and a lot of other, even Gödel, for example, he was more, well, he was a Christian. He never denied it, but he was also just a subtle, he kind of keep it quiet. Hubble, all these guys, they didn't want to, I think, just turn off non-believers, non-Christians, whatever. So they tried to keep it to themselves. They still talked about it, Einstein still spilled the beans. He said anybody can feel the quote unquote actual presence of Jesus by just reading the Bible, you know. He said it publicly, said it to a newspaper reporter, and they wrote it down. It's still online. The newspaper still keeps that interview in its original format with all the 1930s ads on it and everything. It's really cool. Weird ads, but something about a heater in the floorboard of your car. It's like, what? But anyways, but they weren't going around preaching that, like they weren't Bible thumpers. They weren't evangelists, as they call them today. But they still confirmed that their, in our understanding of science, points to Jesus. So they talk about it. It's out there. It seems buried, especially on the internet. And the atheists, I call them the atheist church organizations. They've gone out of their way. In fact, I got picked on by other fellow quote unquote Christian cultists. I'm like Smokey and them. They were trying to hurt my feelings, I guess, because I got IP banned by Wikipedia for directly quoting from a primary source reference of Albert Einstein, talking about how religion and science are interdependent, and that atheists cannot be scientists, as Einstein said. Einstein said that atheism is the blind religion without science, quote unquote. So I tried to add that to their little article, their fake article about Einstein's religious beliefs. We're like, we need a secondary source. I'm like, excuse me? And, I gave them a couple of secondary sources. I gave them the wiki quote. That's secondary source. That's not a good note. So they just banned me. They silenced me, silenced Einstein. So Wikipedia is total fraud. The good news about that, by the way, I don't know if anybody cares. I don't know if I care. Is that one of they have these like 12 or so, what are they called? Wikipedia founders, they call them founding members, whatever, the people that regulate, all the decisions. And a couple of them, actually I think a third one even, gave me a web link to, because I made an initial regular appeal process, and of course they just dismissed it. But one of the founders gave me an appeal to say that, then they said that the moderator was wrong, and that they fired that moderator, and I can click this link, because once you get a permanent IP, you can't do the regular appeal process. It just physically won't let you do it. And so I've got a link I can go do if I cared to fight that fight on Wikipedia. So, but nope, I'm happy. In fact, it's kind of a badge of honor. I got IP banned on Wikipedia for trying to edit an article with Einstein's primary source reference. So proves the point that a lot of people out there, particularly atheists, do not want to hear the truth. They don't care. They don't really, really care. They actually hate reality. They hate truth. They will silence free speech when you try to share a scientist's own personal beliefs that contradict everything that they wish to project onto this guy and others, not just Einstein, poor Einstein, to commit fraud. And so I get to go to the option. I get to talk to people individually and say, hey, look, you see, what about Einstein, thinking that Spinoza's God is pantheist? Einstein you heard it tonight. Einstein's an atheist. Look at this Wikipedia article. Where's Einstein's quotes where he says that atheism, or people calling him an atheist, makes him angry? Where's that quote at? Where's Einstein's quote where he said that science and religion are the same, that they're interdependent, that science requires religion and that religion requires science? That science without religion is lame or useless, and religion without science, like atheism, is blind. He said, quote unquote. Where's that quote at? I got to find it. I call it the Atheist Church website, Wikipedia. And for good measure in my debates, I like to link the only reliable Wikipedia article in an entire wiki article library is the article that says that Wikipedia is not a reliable source. I enjoy the laughs I get out of that one. But regardless, see my tangents? I'm hoping somebody joins me here still. I still see some of you guys are watching. But regardless, the point being is that there's information out there. There is scientific evidence that exists. Whether atheists or theists like to believe it or not, that can be examined. Don't just say there's no evidence. That's a lie. There's all kinds of evidence. Whether you want to believe it or not is a question mark, but it's there. It exists. Learn it, understand it, use it to test your biases. That's what we do in science. We scientists, we try to hire people specifically. So college is useless. Elon Musk and all them, they talk about how college isn't for learning anymore. It's just pointless to go to college anymore, other than to try to brag about going what college you went to. But you have to learn things outside of anything. You have to test it. Even if you think you learned something that sounds right, you have to test it. But I was going to make a bigger point, but I forget what it is now. My cat's distracting me. You do it over there, cat. Oh, something to do with belief, testing evidence. Einstein said education is what one remembers after they've forgotten everything they learned in school. Well, I'm testament to that. I did life backwards. I got hired as a senior support technician in the microchip field after my military career. I didn't have a degree, but as soon as they hired me, they're like, wait a minute, this kid knows everything about what we're doing already. He knows quantum physics. So next thing you know, I'm not gonna toot my horn too much, but they're giving me multi-million-dollar freaking budgets for labs, and I'm running I ran all the fab process. I managed all of the SCADA processes, all the management. I was just God put me in the right place at the right time, and I knew my stuff. I could help. It's great. It's fun. Learned everything I could ever learn. Then I started going to school for quantum physics. Started doing it for years, and people are like, "Why don't you go to school, man?" Like, all right, this is not still kidded, no better. I go to start a chemical engineering degree for inorganic chemistry for quantum physics, and the professors, I'm like, but anyways, I don't want to get into that. That's not the topic. School's backwards. School is for those who don't want to study on their own. Essentially, that's what I was going into. So in science today, and on all the bleeding edge of science and technology, we don't care about your degree. We don't care about even your past experience, other than that you have some and you've proven that you can do work, which is another challenge in hiring people today. But all we care about is that you want to know, you want to learn, you want to figure things out. You are the type of person that is not happy with things as you think they are, is the best way I can think to put it. That once you think you know something, once you think there's a consensus, quote unquote, which is a fallacy, it's called the appeal to consensus fallacy. It didn't work for the ancient Vatican trying to push quote unquote science. It doesn't work for atheists today. There's never, once somebody claims there's a scientific consensus, that's the moment they've left science. So we crave people to hire that understand that, to think outside the box. They like to say, a lot of people put that on their resume. I like to think outside the box. Oh, really? We'll test that. And it seems increasingly rare. People say common sense is rare. Common sense is not common, as they say, but try to find people that truly appreciate and understand what it means to challenge your biases on your own. People don't do that these days, and that's what we do in science. The consensus was the NASA F1 engine designs that took people to the moon. That was probably the best you could do with a petroleum-based Carolox, they call it, propellant system. NASA tried to improve on it with the Hydrolox, with the space shuttle's hydrogen engines, but it sucked. It's super complicated. It's a miracle that space shuttles worked at all. That's a lot of the story. But those were just accidents waiting to happen. But we started with the idea, okay, the F1 design, tried and true, but nope. It's another Merlin series. The Merlin 1D now is the current iteration, is twice as efficient. It's half the size. We combine all the things that we learned and say, no, the F1 engine is not the best design. Here's a better design. And then we go and figure out the Raptor engine. So instead of a staged fuel combustion, now we're doing full flow. Russians tried to do it back in like the 50s or 60s, but it blew up. They had to stop. They couldn't do it. SpaceX did it. So it's like, now it's the best design out there. There's going to be something better than that later, You always challenge the paradigm. You never settle. Science never settles. Science can never be settled. You're always looking for the next best thing. And that's what all this is. We take all these best ideas we can think of. Like Parker was saying, we got this quantum physics philosophy. We got these other philosophy. We're even call it science, as you wanted to call it philosophy. You take these ideas and you test them. You combine them together. You smush them together. You shake them out. See what stands true. What's testable. What's observable. But yeah, no, and that's a whole other can of worms for the evolution theory. We can go into that too. People don't like to talk about. They like to think that it's evolution versus creationism, and it's exactly the opposite. It's creationism versus creationism. So I guess I can blabber about that for a little while. Oh, I'm getting a phone call actually. This is my son. All right, he's poor guy. My son Matt, he works as a manager at a local restaurant, but doesn't want to own a car. He's got an eye problem. Theoretically handicapped, but doesn't care to get the thing for it. So I don't blame him. I heard. I'm coming. So, oh wow, set too. Had a couple guys show up. This guy Parker wanted to talk about the challenge, the whole observer effect.
The whole what?
Observer. So yeah, it's a fun.
Nice.
I'm back to blabbering to myself. I think I am my only watcher right now. Paul was watching for a little while, he said, but he got back home.
That's getting pretty late.
Yep. Oh no. 1 o'clock. How'd that happen? So yeah, the whole theory of evolution that this started from Christian creationists as well. Darwin started his version of it as a Christian creationist. Oh, yeah. That's what science usually is. Went on to the next. Stole his ideas from Paley's natural theology textbook while he was earning his Christian divinity degree. His college Cambridge. Darwin never biased. He was never even a scientist. He tried. Becoming a Christian minister, he was going to be an Anglican, what do you call it, parson, or whatever you call it, I forget. Basically a pastor, I think. And he still needed tutors, even for his Christian divinity degree. He still had to have tutors. Poor guy. In his own autobiography, he said that they went to the same school together. Was his favorite book, his natural theology. He took it to every class, he said, with him. That was his Bible. And all throughout Darwin's work, even before he became a white supremacist, he kept saying, this is what would falsify my idea. If we can't find enough fossils, it's done. Even again, his own autobiography. Even all of these theories, all these ideas that can speculate whether or not there's a God or not, he still says that he has to be called a theist. He says he wanted to be agnostic. He wants to be agnostic, but he can't. As the evidence still points to God. That's what Darwin himself said. And then, like Antangelo was saying, there's letters and stuff. Those could be forged, but the bottom line reality is that Darwin's theories are all Christian creationist. It's because a Christian falls away, and Darwin did fall away from Christ. There's no question about that. It was because of his daughter, his oldest daughter, Annie. God bless him. He loved her to death. And I've lost a child, so I understand this. I can only imagine poor Darwin. Charles probably begging God, spare her life,
save her, let her live, take my life, as parents would do. And he lost his daughter. So yeah, that rocks your faith. It would have rocked my faith. I'll share a little bit about that. Whenever I was on the road, I was in the middle of nowhere, some freeway, some interstate, and I don't know if my connection's still good. Yeah, it is. I was going to Kentucky, my brother's wedding, and I get this phone call, and it was my father-in-law, and he said that Jesse was shot. And I was like, oh, okay. I was a little cool, call me up. I've been in the military. Is he okay? He's going to turn around and head back home. And it was my uncle, my brother-in-law, got on the phone. He's like, no, they don't think he's going to make it. He's in the hospital, shot in the head. And he was still breathing for a while, but they're pronouncing him dead. And I lost. I don't know if I can talk about this too much. The bottom line is that I had to pull over so I didn't kill everybody. And I was screaming to God, bloody murder, right there on the freeway. And yeah, I was begging. And what I think kept me sane is that I literally felt God's hands grab me by the side of my head. Literally, imagine somebody's grabbing your head and started screaming in my face. You were a good father, Joel. You were a good father. It's like repeatedly, there's no. I'm sitting there trying to I was trying to keep myself from walking into traffic. It's that bad, offing myself right there. And here's God screaming into my face something I would never think that would. I didn't care about whether I was a good father or not. I didn't care. I don't care about that. Apparently, I wasn't a good father. My son just got shot in the freaking face. So what kind of father does that? You can rationalize anything. But that's what calmed me back down. That's what made me be able to pull myself back together again, get back on the road. God physically shouted in my own face, I'm a good father, Joel. And for whatever reason, that was what I needed to hear, I guess. You don't stop grieving. I still affect them. Okay, bottom line, I understand Darwin. I don't know exactly what happened to his daughter, but it rocks your faith. All right? So Darwin fell away, started listening to Huxley about the atheistic natural God. And here's my son, by the way. The atheist natural personal God. Hello. We go out the long way. Do whatever you want. It's the long way. That way. Oh.
So I can look at the windows, make sure that's.
Locked. I'm live on stream on YouTube, blabbering.
Oh, okay.
So you're being broadcast to the world, Matthew.
Cool. They get to find out that I'm paranoid about my windows.
Yeah, I was going to say you're being a good manager. You can check if they're locked from the car, though.
Yep. Just got to see if the bar is up.
Who's up?
The bar.
Bar. There's a bar. Am I driving close enough?
Yep, that one's good.
What bar?
See that little metal bar?
Not really.
On the right side window.
Okay. Because you have to know what it is. Oh, I see. Okay.
Wait.
I haven't seen that.
All right. Let's talk all about scientific method. You want to go apply the scientific method?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You've observed it?
Yep.
Okay.
And that one's good.
All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alrighty then. Cool. What was I saying? Oh. Do you want to talk about something?
No.
I was waiting for somebody else to join, possibly, but it's already past midnight. So, they got to kill us.
We're lucky.
Started talking about Darwin being a Christian creationist. How all the dum-dums out there, they think that evolution is an anti-creationist theory. It's not. Evolution is a creationist theory. That Darwin fell away from Christ because of his daughter dying. And I was relating it with losing Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Started messing me up a little bit. So,
can he create evolution because he was mad at the Catholic Church?
Who, Darwin?
Yeah.
Not technically. So, again, he plagiarized from other Christian creationists, and then when he did want to burn the world, I guess he was mad at the church, as you put it. He was mad at God because God let his daughter die, and so there's a bunch of other atheists already. This guy named Huxley and these other guys' names, Batesman or something like that. There's all the idea that natural selection, quote unquote, which has been debunked since ancient Greek, the Aristotle, and then they talked about natural selection, quote unquote. They falsified it. But so atheists in the 1800s decided that Aristotle's an idiot, and that natural selection does exist, and that natural selection was going to, quote unquote, exterminate, as Darwin ended up putting it, the lesser races of mankind, the anthropomorphized apes.
Reminds me of Resident Evil 5.
Oh,
The main bad guy in Resident Evil 5 is like natural selection leaves the survivors.
yeah, that sounds like Hitler. But no, that's what Darwin said. That was his whole theory, was that natural selection was going to choose between the preferred and civilized races of mankind, as he put it. Hopefully I don't crash. I think I lost my connection. Well, if I can get this to cooperate. There you go. Oh, still there. Yeah, the anthropomorphized apes he called black people in Australians specifically. So they were going to be exterminated and replaced throughout the world by Caucasians. Talks about Turks. Darwin and Hitler agreed, but it started with other people outside. So Darwin never had an original thought. He everything Darwin ever published was plagiarized. Everything. He had one theory. The one hypothesis Darwin had that was original, that was his. People could, well, it wasn't even his. People could speculate it was his, but it was already proven false. Was this idea called pangenesis? And so it was back when people started noticing that sponges don't have, regular, testes, sperm, and ovum stuff like most creatures have. Even other plants, they'll have, male and female gender to the plants. Well, sponges don't have those, and so they have what's called gestules or something like that. Basically, their procreation is done through other cellular things. So Darwin said, well, maybe that's how all animals, plants do it. Maybe this is before, Mendel is the founder of genetics. Mendel started the actual genetics thing. He's a Christian too. So, but Darwin was like, well, maybe people and everybody are like sponges. Spread our genes and our hereditary effects. So, and that was Darwin's, which was dumb. Everything else, Darwin stole everything. No, Nikola Tesla's. Thomas Edison. Well, I would argue. I mean, yeah, you're right. Edison did steal most of his ideas, but at least he improved things. He didn't just plagiarize. Edison didn't invent the light bulb, but he made it work. He didn't invent the telegraph, but he made it actually last longer than a few seconds. Am I missing something? I do. Oh, I think it's So, anyways, yeah. So all of the evolutionary theory outside of the white supremacist theories about superior and inferior, Darwin, Hitler, Martin Stenger, and all those jerks, are all from the idea that God created all life from common ancestry. The quintessential idea that is the name of that entire theory. And information scientists like myself and others go even further now that the Human Genome Project proved that. Hey, I didn't mean to lock you in the room. Go ahead. Can you out? No, good. That all life is code. Bill Gates, all these wonderful people. That makes the whole hypothesis of origins of life through biology, whether embryogenetic or not, useless. It's not. It's all information. Everything is information. The universe, everything. The fact that we're talking on these phones or computers or little kitty cats being all super cute, they're all information. All the cool little genes and all the little mechanisms that are designed to make you this cute, and the whole design to make me think that you're cute and adorable. All that's programmed. All that's information. God made you this way. I've never had a kitten hug me. This cat literally hugs people. She jumps up on your shoulder just to hug you. She'll press her face against your cheek. It's weird. I love it. Crawling up my shoulders. Be close to me. I love this cat. Hey, kitty. She's a miracle cat too. So our son Matt, this is a few years ago, back in our old place, was he was wanting to get a kitten. He said he was literally praying, asking God for a kitten. And we were talking about, trying to find time to take him to a pet store or whatever to find his cat. And about a month or so goes by, I guess, and he wakes us up because he's hearing something in the backyard, and he goes and checks it out. It's this little kitten. Apparently, I guess a mama cat was transferring her kittens and left one behind for whatever reason, and she was in the middle of our backyard, just crying her little brains out. So Matt took her in. I'm like, well, yeah, I guess, if she lives, she works out. So she started as a tiny little thing. Now she's not so tiny. But when we say it's God answered his prayer. Give him his kitten. So, ow. Careful. You only climb on my shoulder so high thing. No, there we go. So she's an answer to a prayer. And she's super, most affectionate kitten the only other kitten I've had that was close to as affectionate as this cat was back in California, which was another little kitten. This guy named Stickers, we called him. He liked to stick to everything. He was also a little newborn kitten, and we're walking home. We're living in some apartment complex, and this little kitten comes out of nowhere, walking up the sidewalk, out of the blue, just meowing his bloody little head off, and we're like, oh, cute little kitten. So we take him inside, try to see if we find who he might have belonged to, and nobody in the complex claimed him, so we kept him, and he was also super adorable. I called him my programming buddy because that's when I was in California. I just finished my degree. I was working on coding projects, remotely, telecommunication stuff. And so I'd sprawl out on my little recliner love seat and sofa. I'd have my big screen TV, my wireless mouse and keyboard. So I'd be all super comfortable, coding. And this kitten, and he'd do it whenever he was a big cat too, would just sprawl out with me, like it right in my lap. I have pictures of him, just spread all over the place. Little giant cat, all sprawled out, just like I was. And he used to chase my mouse on my screen, and so I used to tease these. He's up in the program. So love that cat. Made a good. Now we haven't really. Matt says her name is Trouble, so it kind of sticks, but she's not trouble at all. She's precious. I mean, she'll get feisty. She's very adorable. God has blessed us. We have another cat too. She's more chill. She's an older cat. It's a whole other story, but total blessings of God. Point is, everything is information. These cardboard boxes I haven't unpacked yet, which I don't want to. Everything is observable and calculable and predictable based on calculations, based on information streams. Everything. It's worse than the Matrix, the old Matrix Online movies, where everything's like a stream of data falling down on your monitor. That doesn't even begin to explain the half of it. How reality really is from a quantum and information science perspective. It's Einstein wasn't kidding when he said reality is an illusion. Heisenberg put it that the idea that there's an objective truth is now is not sorry, not truth. Objective reality, he said, has disappeared in the how did he put it? The light of mathematics? Oh my gosh, I apologize, dicing it up. If anybody's curious about this later, please ask in the comments. I'll get the direct quote. But
the point was is that objective reality does not exist. Everything is information. Everything is science, is a quantifiable information packet stream. Light is our packet streams. You know. Oh, itch. So life is information, not just the codec that I call the universal information, as other information scientists like Baron Gitt put it. It is a three-dimensional, bidirectional, packetized codec, which is compression decompression, universal information protocol technology. It is a super advanced version of an internet TCP/IP type protocol, including complete with header and footer packets. So DNA has what's called sequences, which have what's called starter and or promoter and what's it called for the footer packet terminator. They have promoter and terminator sequences. That's the other cool thing is that the 64 possible codons are used universally in all source code. There's some differences in RNA and the actual packet streams, but that's not the source code. That's the Ethernet package that the source code says to the rest of the factory, like right. So, so I currently have no viewers, which is fine, but I'll keep going for a little while longer just to have this on YouTube for people to preferably talk about in detail, not just tell me I'm stupid as usual. Talk about it. This is what we talk about in science. This is what I talk about at work for fun, you know, as well as professionally. When we get contracts and stuff to try to, you know, either decipher or even reverse engineer programmable sequences, codec, algorithm analytics and whatnot. This is what we do. We talk about it. You know, hey, you know, let's depacketize this. Let's you know. Someone asked me once, you know, I think they were trying to mock me. You can read DNA with Wireshark. Yes, you can get the right translation scheme, whatever you call it. Yeah, you can decipher DNA with Wireshark just like you can in Ethernet. You know, you just gotta tell it what packet header information to separate the sequences from the packets, and decode it. But you know, God's code, of course, is not only super more sophisticated, light years, as they like to say, ahead of ours, but it's also much more simplified. It's more sophisticated and simplified, which is awesome. We would love to be able to code with God's version of his coding language, the language of God, as the Human Genome Project director put it. So that is part of what convinces those of us that do this junk for a living. But yeah, no, there's a God. You know, here's his code. We can learn. We have to learn from God's code to improve ours. Like Angelo and I often talk about, we can't even know this stuff until other people have learned the small stuff, the baby steps of God's technology. And then as we learn God's technology, we build upon that on our own knowledge that God teaches us to be able to learn the big stuff, bigger stuff. So even the stuff that we think we're learning now, it's still, there's just mountains of information yet to be learned by observing how God did it. And if you people want to believe that, well, maybe God didn't do it, that's fine. But come do the work with us. See how long you think that. You know, it's crazy. But that's fine. That's the thing about science. You don't need to come to any conclusion. But that's the conclusions of what we do use, you know? So if you need to have a conclusion, that's the thing. You don't always need a conclusion. But if you do need to have a conclusion, and that's where scientists, I guess, differentiate themselves from philosophers. And atheists, I've seen them admit it. They don't need to know. They don't need a conclusion. They don't want a conclusion. They just want to believe these things by, you know, that God doesn't exist, for example, by faith. That's fine. That's your prerogative. Enjoy it. I've volunteered to be an American soldier. I pride myself on being able to defend people to think whatever the heck they want. I will defend your right to be wrong, as I put it, with my own life. Please enjoy it. But for those that do want to know, oh, hello. You are awfully cute, kid. She's not trying to hug me again.
She's like, shut up and hold me. Come here. Oh, yeah. This is God's love me from an animal. Love it. But oh, during here purr or not. Oh, what was if you for those of us that do want to know, that do want to not just settle and keep learning and find out if God is real or not, as well as everything else, then we can do that. We can use science, apply God's science to learn, come to the best ideas we can all share on, combine our observations. And we say, hey, does this seem true to you? I don't know. Let me test it. Yeah, that seems true. Or no, there's something wrong here. Okay, well, let's go look at this then. You keep doing that all day, every day, until you can get a starship to land without blowing up. Which serial number 15, I think they were trying to do that earlier today or yesterday. I don't know if I didn't get to catch the news that SN15 survived. They launched it yet. I know they had another Starlink launch the other day, and I don't think I saw if the landing was successful or not. It probably was, but the cool thing about that is that it means Elon's dream is coming true. When he was first landing rockets, it was all a big deal, and all the media people were all him and asking questions, asking him, Elon, what's your idea of the future? What's next? What are you gonna do next? To revolutionize space science. And he flat said that his goal was to make space boring. When this stuff is not, when this is routine, that's when he thinks it's successful. Well, he's achieved that. We're doing all kinds of launches, doing all kinds of awesome stuff still. That is boring now to people. It's routine. Nobody knows it except us space science geeks. It's even routine for us. So, mission accomplished, Elon. Anyway, so that's cool. Point is that we do this. We iterate. We try different ideas. Hey, does carbon fiber wrap work for cryogenic hull structures to go to Mars with? No. Seems like a good idea, but it's got problems. Okay, well, what's better? Well, stainless steel. Who wants to put up a steel freaking rocket? Steel is heavy. They're always trying to, the whole adage about space shuttle for the STS, $10,000 a pound, right? So who's stupid enough to make the rocket out of steel? Well, we've got engines now that don't care. We got enough power. We got enough thrust to weight ratio that we can afford to put steel. Steel's cheap. It's not too heavy anymore. We can make our whole giant 30-story tall rocket full of stuff to take to Mars, 100 people plus, and I still have thrust to spare. It's awesome. You challenge, test, and go beyond paradigm, change it. You find out what you haven't found out before. You don't think God exists? We'll find out for sure. Whatever you got to do, whatever experiment works for you. Every field of science was started by a scientist. Well, not always a scientist. I guess you can say some of the fields of science were started by just by laymen. But regardless, somebody wanted to test if God is real or not, and their evidence said that God's real. Here's my evidence. Boom, quantum physics. Boom, genetics. Boom, immunology. Pasteur, he wanted to find out, how he can help cure diseases. So he asked God. God taught him. Jesus said, anybody that asks, the answer will be given. Seek, you will find. The door will be opened up to you. That's what science is. God told Jeremiah that, I'm the creator of all things. Ask me, and I will tell you great and wonderful, unsearchable things you will not know. That's science. Albert Einstein said that. Einstein said, I don't care about, he said, I want to know how God made the world. He doesn't care about this or that phenomenon, that spectrum of whatever element. He said he wants to know God's thoughts. The rest are details. Amen. What does God think? God, what do you think about this? Why is this rose red? That's science. Like Parker saying, Lord, why is that cloud there? Well, go ask God. He put it there. He regulates the wave function. Collapse cat on his shoulder. You can only cling to me so hard. Thank you. Ouch. God's regulating the wave function collapses to make all those water vapor molecules coalesce just right in just that spot in that time in the atmosphere on that planet that he helped coalesce, on the galaxy and the universe that he coalesced together. It maintains all of these constant wave function intersections all over the place. These trillions upon trillions of unfathomable number of intersections going on just exactly the right second spot so we can see anything at all, much less the photons that hit our irises and our eyeballs that send signals to our brain. All of this is regulated constantly. The wave function intersections have to happen just right to be able to pretend to look at a cloud. So if you really want to know, go ask the guy that's controlling it, because he is. It has to be. It has to be regulated. It can't be quadrillion, zillion, billion, whatever you want to call it, quadrillion accidents, perfect accident, miraculous accidents all happening at the same time. It can't be. I mean, that's just beyond faith. There's the whole silly thing about it. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. The more you study, like Kelvin said, like thermodynamics guy said, the more you study science, you understand life in life, your career, the more it will force you to believe God. It's just it's just obvious. So once you come to that, once the science evidence leads you to that there is a God, then you can tell that too. That's how I became a Christian. I don't know if I shared this before. I was a young atheist in high school, still big science geek, but I didn't care, because my child. In fact, I had to repeat my senior year because I was giving it. My teacher kept trying to challenge me, like, Joel, you're so smart, way. I was like, I don't care, I was doing stuff with computers, but they put me in all these whatever PAP advanced placement, physics and chemistry classes and all this crap. And, it was easy. It was boring. My senior year PAP physics class, for example, awesome guy. He's trying to teach us, semiconductors and electromagnetism. And the classic experiment, we electrify an electromagnetic rod and put a semiconductor ring, piece of ring around it, and we activate the field. It calls it the levitate, the old anti-gravity trick. Make a little piece of metal. I was like, well, let's do this here. Now. My friend Joseph might remember. I led Joseph to the Lord in physics class, but we tweaked that experiment a little bit. And the teacher loved it, and we tried it, and it made the little semiconductor ring shoot through the roof. It was the second story floor in our high school, and it caused a hole all the way through the roof, so you could see the sky. So we made a bullet out of it. We're like, oops. So, anyways, stuff like that. Yeah, and my dad worked for an air products company that I was able to bring free liquid nitrogen to glass, and so we would free all the free tennis balls and your rose feathers, all the stuff, and talk about the science of the heat exchange and thermodynamics. And of course, you scatter stuff, so we're breaking those. Blonde. She was books. Yeah, she was she's like, asked her, what happened if you get that on your skin, right? Splashes directly on her, right across her lap, smoke everywhere, and everybody, she said, or I guess a lot of us probably assuming, oh my gosh, she just killed her. Marla West. But anyways, they just killed this poor young lady, and Thinking back on it, but gosh, I don't dare share the stuff we did like that at SpaceX. But no, once it hits once it hits the toad, it evaporates. You know? And the table. Within all board. And so I'm gonna study this stupid Christian thing. You know, what's Christianity about? And, him and I shouting matches like we do on the internet here today. I was one of the dummies. You know, I know all the atheist arguments. I think I know the atheist arguments better than most atheists I talk to. And I just didn't care. I didn't want to. So finally, I just asked God. I dared God. God, if you're real, prove it. Prove yourself to me, God. I am not gonna. If you're real, I'm not gonna worship you. God, I can't hear. You know. The next day he did. Next day he cracked my mind open. It was kind of horrible. It was very emotional, but he proved he existed in a personal, deep, holy way. You know, and some of my brother's friends and everybody were around me at the time. And they drove out. Are you all right? I'm like, yes, no. Trying to hide it still, but I dared God to prove he's real to me. He did. On top of all the signs, all the knowledge and stuff that I've learned, there is also a personal, emotional connection with God. Like Einstein said, Einstein had that. Feel the actual presence of Jesus. Amen. So, you know, whether people want to look at a scientific viewpoint, or a philosophical viewpoint, or, you know, a emotional viewpoint, whatever people want to test their ideas or theories about the existence of God, or whatever floats your boat, use it. Test it. Verify it. Don't just stick with what you think you want to believe. That's what atheists do. Atheists simply do not want to believe God exists. Whether God exists or not, they just don't want to. They do. So I think that's wrong. That's why Einstein and I agree that atheists can't do science. I mean, they could if they want to do, but they don't. It's not an insult. Honesty is not effective. That's what you don't need to know. They're happy with the idea that they think there's no evidence. It doesn't matter. All of the scientific fields we pretend to believe in, the thermodynamics, the evolution, every field of science was started by evidence for God. And they don't know what that evidence is. They'll admit it last year. They'll ask you, well, it's your burden to prove. You have to prove to us what's your evidence. Well, why do you believe this field that was started by the evidence you don't even know about? You know, and I've wasted my time over the years, 20 years. I've gone into detail. I did a little tonight. You know, this is the evidence. This is for this field. This is why Einstein said this. This is why, you know, I didn't get into Schrodinger's thing about his, you know, scientific evidence for God with his puzzle thing, but there's evidence. You know, whether you want to believe it or agree with it or not, it's there. You go tell us why this evidence that already exists is wrong. Don't tell us that you don't know about it. They just prove that you're an atheist religious preacher. You know, who wants to listen to this sermon? Why is this evidence exists? Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know, it's the whole talk about something other than what's going on in my mind. So, go ahead. I'm still hoping that the Lord would send somebody. Maybe it's just not God's will tonight. Reminds me of Keith Green's song. Thoughts. But yeah, that's what science is, the endeavor to read God's thoughts, like Einstein said, to understand the mind of God, like Planck said. So, and all kinds of other references go through my mind, but that's stuff that I've learned. This stuff it's not just what I do professionally. This is what I do. So I love this. I make it my effort to learn this stuff. That's why I need people that disagree and disbelieve what I believe to challenge my biases. Why is this wrong? I don't know why this looks true to me. This scientific evidence that I use for my beliefs about God and everything. This, or from that to different rocket propellants or whatever. This is the evidence that I use to think this is the best idea. Why is this wrong? I need somebody that knows what I know, preferably, or at least wants to willing to learn what I've learned, and help me understand why is this wrong. Seems so difficult. And the people that it seems like the people that have learned what I know, that have learned these things that I've learned. So I don't, it's not me. It's all these other scientific experiments and evidence and things, collection of knowledge over the entire humanity, all the way back from the very beginning of mind, thought, the ability to write things down, share things with word of mouth. This is me. This is everybody. This is what everybody has put together. I want to know as much of it as I can and come to good conclusions. So why is this or that wrong? I don't think people ask that. And I was going to say that people that I do know that do that with me, that try to figure out, okay, why is this right? Why is this wrong? We agree together too much, and so that doesn't help. I never learned from a man that agrees with me. They know what I know, and we agree. God exists. Most of us agree that Jesus exists. We have minor petty details of whether Jesus said this, that, or the other. So remind me, this one guy is awesome. He's a Muslim. He's my first Muslim I got to debate with. When I was in the military. I was doing what's called advanced individual training. I was at Redstone Arsenal, learning how rockets and missiles and all kinds of right across the street from the NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. It's where NASA was born. It was at Redstone Arsenal, right? And which I love that. That's a whole other topic. That was a year-long training in the military, 39 Bravo and West. And we had a Muslim from the United Arab Emirates. He was an older guy. I was fresh out of high school. Most of everybody else was young. But this guy was probably in his 30s or so, which is old back then, but older. He was an E8 in their army, master sergeant, and we're all privates and stuff. But so he was there with us for that whole year. He spoke decent English. I could understand him. I didn't speak any Arabic at all, but he went through that class with us, and of course during the breaks and at lunch and everything, him and I, we would, most other people would avoid him. They didn't care. He didn't seem to care. But him and I, man, we were at it every day, every break we got. We were talking about something. We were debating things between the Bible and the Quran, and much less the schoolwork. We were good friends. I didn't get to meet his wife and his beautiful daughter till at the graduation ceremony. So we weren't close friends, but still, we knew each other. We were trying to convince you, and it was peaceful. And if we may have gotten a little heated, but it wasn't like rude. It was because we were excited about something, And I don't remember anybody joining in with this, which kind of sucked. But the bottom line was, he was like me. He wanted to know. He wanted to challenge his ideas. What is this? What is that? And we craved that. So I wish I could find that more often, because and I didn't know probably not even 100,000th of what I know now back then. So And thinking about it, I have led so many Muslims and people of other faiths to the Lord now. I probably could have easily won him to the Lord based on what I know now, but and he may be a Christian now. I don't know. He seemed like he was very interested in that. Most UAE guys are, it seems, but that's why they're the kind of more peaceful side of that society, I guess you call it. But they're our allies for sure. Huh. But I crave that. I need challenge. I need to challenge my beliefs, and I wished everybody would. I understand people don't want to challenge the beliefs. I've got a small handful of atheist friends. One of my favorites, he's a lawyer, an atheist lawyer. That he's the one that taught me that atheism is a religion, quote unquote. He's using a Stanford philosophy department article. This is years and years ago about how there's a global versus a local atheist religion, quote unquote. Wow. Yeah. So I tease him. I don't think he's a true atheist. You know, you got Max Bohr and them saying how it's not possible for a true atheist to be a scientist. I think he's and hopefully he's not listening to this. My suspicion is that he's shared his father's a prominent politician and stuff. Together. And so he's here in the States to learn law, and he's just kind of being a little rebellious to his father. Things in general, things that he needs to work out for himself. So he's not a committed, he's not an atheist religious fanatic, as Einstein would describe him. So him and I get along perfectly, and we've moderated other debate forums on Facebook for years together. And we've gotten a few good things. So I wish that was the norm. It's just unfortunately not. But at least it teaches me, and I'm sharing it to express how it can happen. It is possible for dogs and cats to live together, as the old Ghostbusters line goes. All right. No audience tonight. What do you think, Trouble? Anything else worth sharing? Cord for later? Or not? People can beat me up with it. My wife tells me she's the psychologist. She's the human behavioral science expert, so she studies animal behavior as well. She says that when a cat looks at you and slow blinks, that's an expression of love. Which, I don't know if I understand that fully, that's her field of science. Then this cat's looking, hello. He's like, who are you? Am I relegated to the human pile? Stand on my cover. Yeah. Apparently, I'm not worthy right now for whatever reason. So, all right. I can't understand cat behavior. Which is cool. Her and I never had a dull conversation ever. You guys can imagine I'm the hard science geek, she's the soft science geek. They're so we teach each other everything we ever want to know. Try to. Try to get her to join these conversations online too. And it seems like everybody loves her. Smokey says bad things about her because he's good. He's an atheist. Pretend to be Christian, sound Christian. So he's the demagogue people that prove him wrong. Unfortunately. Blah blah blah. We'll get into that mess. But what else is important? Trouble. 3 o'clock in the morning. No, it's not. 1:40 in the morning. Contemplating whether I should do a little bit of work tomorrow. I'm thinking about taking a break from school. Oh, between semesters, the summer semester supposedly starts next week. Thankfully, my school is super flexible. They actually gave me till Thursday. Even though classes start Monday, I can wait up till Thursday. Decide if I'm going to sign up again. I got 2 classes left to get certificate. Like, part of my rationale is I already know all this stuff. I can teach the class. I do it for a living. I'm paid to do big data analytics right now. Getting the certificate just lets me put some extra letters on my resume. I'm already hired. I can interview with somebody in big data and say, look, now I already know that I do it already. What do you want me to do? They don't need to see it on a piece of paper. Why am I doing this degree? I mean, I picked it up because I was in between jobs earlier last year. I love to learn. I was like, okay. In fact, it was one of my dean's fault. He asked me. I finished my information master's. What else I want to do? I was like, I don't know. What else you got? So we got this big data cert. Thinking back on these conversations, man. But long story short, started this post-grad certificate just to have something to do. It wasn't working. Taking a break. Now that I'm working again, I'm going to take a break from the school. That's why I left SpaceX. But some of you guys may have heard my story. We were struggling with our test data analytics. We have this massive. We have a split, a dual network. What's called the test side, test data network. It's called the access side, where everything that's not test related happens, all the internet stuff, whatever. And the test network was monster. It was they were dual 10 gigabit networks, company wide, and that was saturated. So we went to 40 gigabit. That got saturated. We're talking about 100 gigabit, which is like multi-millions of dollars of infrastructure upgrade. But then we went to the 2 split hardline networks. It's just never enough. The more throughput you build, the more you use. So anyway, and then our test data just gets more and more refined. We get more data points, better transducers, better DCS equipment. And all the camera, the thermolytic stuff that I was doing, all the different varieties of test data points just get more and more complicated, get more and more detailed, which requires more and more ones and zeros. So all that requires throughput, and you soak it up. And not only does it require more network, but it makes it increasingly more impossible to use it, to decipher it, to compress it and analyze it. We had all kinds of artificial intelligence filters and all kinds of just software. We had this board collective, we called it, literally. It was our board collective network, and trying to figure out how to filter the information, make it useful. What did this result say? What was this analysis? What does this say? Is this not way beyond just pass or fail? To build and analyze the next iteration. And we got so bad at one point, this one test group, it was a small site, one of the they were asking us, hey, can we put a camera on our computer screen when we test it? Oh, what? Why? And because they had the SCADA network that would read all the gauges and all the transducers and stuff live in real time, so you can see it on your computer in the test center, and then all that stuff was all being collected as well, so you can go over it later, do all the actual engineering work and science. And so after the test is finished and you try to again filter it through all the board collective stuff, you lose reference. It's not real time anymore, and it's almost impossible to sort through it all and try to find out what this was. Especially when you got multiple correlations. How did this result interact with this result? Blah blah blah. And it just becomes this big massive pile of non-readable data for humans. And even the computer, even the AIs were starting to put out useless results. It's self-contradictory stuff. You can't process that much information, whether human or artificial. So anyways, their hope was that if they could have a camera feed on their instrumentation in real time, the timestamps to compare to their test data collection, that maybe that would help. And we tried it for them, but it didn't help. Plus, I showed them how you can still get your archive of your live SCADA data network without having to use the video management system. So it's a little more complicated, but still, where's a will is a way. So anyway, so poor Elon, that's why he started Neuralink. It wasn't just for the medical application to try to give sight to the blind, help the lame to walk. It really started in the idea that if we could literally plug our brains, our meat computer, into our networks, then maybe we can process this information stream a little faster. Not have to use keyboards or mice, computer screens. We don't have to use servers even. We don't even have to use AI. Just bypass all of this technology, all these bottlenecks, and just plug our brains straight into the data. Then can we make it useful? Revolutionary. Do what we need to do. So that's why I started these information science men. We couldn't figure it out. I figured, okay, maybe I can go back to school. I'm already in my 40s. I'm already doing all this stuff. I don't need to learn anything about data management or information science. I already know it all. Or most stuff that I need to know. I know everything I need to know to solve these problems. We just physically and mentally can't with our current technology. So I need a revolutionized base. So I figured I was do it as a social network kind of thing. Let me go find other information scientists. And that's the cool thing about the private school system, even though people bag on that, it's stupid, is that it's geared for professionals who are already in their fields. All the professors, all the students, they're already actively in their field, just trying to learn something new to help improve it. So I knew that's where other people outside of the space science industry and other information science fields, that's where they're going to be. They're going to go to these private schools. I was like, okay, I'm going to go do that. And of course, you can't just hang out at the school. You have to have a reason to be there. So they want their money. So I signed up for the best degree I could think of they had. And it got to the point, though, that even though I was taking one class a session, so 2 classes a semester, taking the minimum load possible. Because working at SpaceX, you can ask anybody, it is heck. The HR guys, they'll teach you, you mind working 60-hour weeks? Try 80 to 120 plus hour weeks. Especially when you do the stuff I was doing. It's just live there. Or even Elon, he's known he'll throw a sleeping bag down in the middle of a conference room. It's so bad, We used to have a designated room back at the R&D plant or farm, we're going to call it. It was our sleep pod room. Little fancy, expensive cots. You can go in there and close the lid and take a nap. We had showers and everything. Man, you could live there. Yeah, we had gourmet chefs, man. That was a home away from home. They had everything you ever needed. But except your wife. Well, we could bring our wives on post, but anyways, that's point was that doing the minimum graduate college classes at the same time and working at that job was killing me. I tell people it was like burning my candle at both ends and in the middle. So I had to choose. Do I want to quit college or quit working at SpaceX for a while? So I decided, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put SpaceX on hold and go finish this degree, and maybe I'll come back. So I finished the degree, and I'm not sure if I want to go back. It's been a year, I think. I graduated, last April or May-ish. I think May. So yeah, next month will be my first year. And I'm spoiled. I'm sorry. I got all my SpaceX friends. There's some old managers. I run across them in the grocery store, begging me almost to come back, which is silly, but yeah, you should come back, bro. Yeah. Right. My old job doesn't even exist anymore. So, but I don't know. I thought about trying to go back as a regular test engineer because they get slotted for one component for one test stand. So
and they focus on the tests for that one environment. So if you're a Raptor test engineer, you focus on just a Raptor engine test. If you're, Merlin guy, you focus on the Merlin. If you're a component test guy, you focus on the component test stands. Structure, a small little engineering group for just the structure tests. So my old position, I did everything. Thinking back on it, it's pretty overwhelming, but I loved it. I loved it. I loved knowing everything. Everybody had to teach me their experiment, their research project, so I could help them do their science. Universal rocket surgeon. It's fun. God did that for me. God put me in that position. He knew I would love it. The Lord says to trust in Him, and He will give you the desires of your heart. He knows I love science. I love space science. So I got to do probably the funnest space science job on the planet. So my wife, I love how she said it was like a little boy's dream coming true when I got hired there. That's a whole other miracle. I had a miracle getting hired there even. It was awesome. That's a whole other story I could share. I applied and they gave me all these panel interviews. I talked to the director himself. I had to write essays of all my past work because they wanted to make sure I wasn't lying, I guess. But yeah. I had one guy in all those panel interviews that seemed like he doubted me. And I was trying to figure him out. And I found out after they hired me, it wasn't because he actually doubted me. It was because they were hiring me to do the same job that he was doing, but he was more of a strict telecom guy, and I was like an everything guy. And so, so I guess he was probably worried about his own job. I don't know, but so he would test me on these little stupid questions about cameras and thermodynamics and stuff like that. And I'd aced them. And so I used to work for a company called Pelco, which was one of the leading security camera and analytics and network security companies ever. It started the industry actually, and the Chinese, broke everything. But that's another story. And so he started telling me about challenging me about Pelco products. And Pelco is expensive, and blah blah blah. This and that and the other. What about this kind of camera system? What about this kind of analytics? And I remember answering the question that it's like, yeah, no, you're right. Pelco's expensive. They're kind of like the Cadillac of camera analytic companies. And he just kind of smiled at me and just kind of sat back, and that was it. And everybody else was kind of smiling too. I didn't know these guys, right? I was like, all right, I was thinking, okay, I guess I answered that well enough. And they moved on. And I found out later, after they hired him again, this guy, all he owned was Cadillacs. he had the Cadillac Escalade. He had some sort of sports car. He had this wicked awesome looking black Cadillac sports car. I mean, he had like 4 or 5 trucks. There's a Cadillac truck. I didn't know Cadillac made trucks, much less sports cars. But yeah, everything he owned was Cadillac. So when I brought up the Pelco was the Cadillac cameras, that shut him up. I didn't even know. That's the Lord right there. That's the Lord doing that. He put that in my mind to say. And they're like, yep, this guy knows it. Anyways, lots of other things. Makes it fun. Take it back. All my war stories, civilian and military. The Lord is good. And He is real. I know, like Carl Jung said, the founder of analytic psychology, he said, I don't believe God exists. I know God exists. I don't need belief. I've witnessed enough evidence. I've gained enough knowledge. And I don't know how to translate it well enough for everybody. I wish I did. I think that it's personal, it's unique, that people have to ask and seek the Lord themselves. They have to. They want to know. Like I did. I dared God. And that doesn't work for everybody. In fact, a lot of people tell me, well, why would God dare? Why would He answer your arrogant? I said, I don't know. I'm not God. He did. I dared God. It's worked for me. Blew my mind away. My poor little mind. Cracked my skull open. Blew to smithereens. And I've had my challenges. And I challenge my faith now. If anybody can come up here and study the things that I've studied and tell me what's wrong with it, why my conclusions, much less these other guys' conclusions. See, that's the thing. There's anecdotal reasons, which are great and fine, but that's not scientific. To get scientific, you have to look at what other people have observed. Of course, telling Parker, what was Planck's conclusions? What was this guy's conclusions? What was Parker's conclusions? What's Paul's conclusions? What are other people's conclusions? What's everybody? And then you can challenge that to your own, personal analytical, or excuse me, anecdotal conclusions. You have to combine it all. So, why was Planck wrong? Why was Copenhagen? We could do that. We should do that. Why is Darwin wrong? Why was Hitler wrong? Hitler agreed with Darwin that natural selection is going to exterminate the lower races. Why were they wrong? Are they right? Is natural selection going to exterminate the anthropomorphized apes? Are we all worms? As I've heard evolutionist biologists in colleges today, I call them the atheist churches. They say we're all just worms. We're all evolved flies. I'm like, excuse me? I don't think I'm like a fly. I don't think you are either, but are they right? Are they wrong? You can challenge that. Pursuit of knowledge. The study of knowledge. Epistemology. It's the use of language, the development of language, of creating thoughts and words into symbols. Semiotic. And then we can convert it and translate it. We can put any thought, any supposition, any conclusion, however random we want to make it, and put it into a predicate logic algorithm. We can test it. There's so many millions and billions of ways to dice reality up to test it. I love it. So, all right. I'm not seeing anybody else still. Things to share. Blah, 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 blah. What are you doing, Kelly? What you doing? Which problem? What? Oh. It's like, you're at a live stream. Look at that. What are those going to be? Did you want to talk about anything? Do you want to talk about anything together publicly? You don't think so? Yeah, I do. I'm sitting here just waiting to see if somebody else wants to come online to talk, and I'm still wanting to socialize, I guess. Are you still doing your socializing and your game thing? Oh. Say again? Anniversary quest. Well, did you want to try to blabber together for my fun? All right. I was saying how you're the soft science nerd. I'm the hard science nerd. We've never had a dull conversation. I mean, you and I have talked about everything. We agree with everything. I think we agree with everything about things that are worth, discussing, I guess. But yeah, some disagreements, of course. But I don't know. I just want to talk. I'm an extrovert. I'm an ENTJ. She's face palms. You're so sweet. Yeah. It's like, Mr. Kenneth. He was playing my coworker. I was sharing how Kenneth, I was intrepid about bringing up God or miracles with him that one day. You remember? Were you there? He started going into all the DVD collections he has now, and he started sharing me all these movies and stuff, these documentaries about scientifically confirmed miracles. Yeah, miracle healing. I was like, wow, okay, I didn't answer that question. But it kind of sucks because, like I was saying, everybody at work, all these different science and technology fields, everybody agrees too much. Those like minor things, but it's what the heck is wrong with that? It's dogs feel swimming on that couch. I used to have 2 black labs like that. Very, very, very full of energy, unfortunately. Yes. Beautiful dogs. But yeah, what's going to place? He's trying to get me to go play Satisfactory. He's trying to suck me in because he knows that oil production technology is a bunch of work. So I know I could tease him. He's trying to recruit me as a slave, which is, you know.
Well, you do that with me.
I know. It's slave labor. I pay you in chocolate though. Yeah. Chocolate bonbon. You got those Cinnabons?
No.
Do you eat all my chicken cakes again? Still got leftover Chinese food, man. What the heck? You throw away enough food to feed a small army of China. Well, it's going to get, what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Anyways. The general theme I've had tonight, if you want to try to help, is that we need to challenge our biases, our beliefs. Yeah, exactly. For a scientist, that's normal. Yes, you are. You study science. Occasionally? Well, could you do it if you wanted to? Right. Can you? So when you've talked to actual professional psychologists, what did they say? What do they say? No. Come on, you're on record. I'll teach your own if you want. What if your professional psychological psychology, whatever, sociologists? They say that she's like a colleague. She knows more than they do. The only reason why you're not a certified, whatever you call it, practitioner, is because you're smart enough not to want to go deal with crazies, right? Even though you do, you do it for free is all. You help all these people. You talk to people. That's craziness. Yeah. Well, I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
Using the bits that I've learned to help them. That's it.
That's the thing. That's what I guess would differentiate. The thing I'm talking about is you know enough of science to talk about it scientifically.
Some of it, yeah. I mean, I'm sure I don't know as much as someone, with sheepskin, but.
Well, again, we already know empirically that those that do have sheepskin say that you know more than them. Busted. Yeah, well, that's fine. All I'm trying to do is see if there's something you want to try to get together about. What would you call it? Confirmation. The idea of testing biases. What was that? What is that phrase? Not sure. She's staring off watching these people dance. I'm trying to have fun. Well, it's cute. She had these 3 little ladies all dancing the little hobbit dance. What do you call it dance? Hobbit 2? Look, they're lion dancing. Someone's off. She's like, I love it. You're the absolute most brilliant person I think I've met. And you're entertained by dancing hobbits. Then those aren't even hobbits, they're humans. I know. But here I am interrupting your good time, your party.
Well, more like a get together this hour.
Still. All right, I just wanted to see if you wanted to have fun with me. I know, all you know.
No, I don't mind having fun with you.
She's psychoanalyzing my approach to try to drag her into my conversation. Well, I tried the nice way. I asked politely, "What, dude? You didn't try to answer me, so I guess I'm trying to. You call it the guilt trip way? I'm not even trying to guilt trip way. I'm just disagreeing with you that you're not a professional. You are. Uh-huh. No, I don't need to hire psychiatrists. You're better than the ones I could hire. They've said that you're better than the ones I could hire. So that makes you interesting to talk with and test biases with knowledge. So that's my point. We study things, we learn things, we try to collect knowledge and learn from other people to come up with the best stuff, best conclusions. You've done that.
Well, it's a lifelong process.
I know.
Regardless, I don't. Okay, so the YouTube live stream is public, and I like to do things on a much smaller scale.
All right, you got me there. Well, and I wasn't asking you to do personal stuff.
Well, you're like,
I want to be ambiguous, general.
yeah, it's public.
Right. You can tell me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I need you to. I'm just asking. I'm saying that if we wanted to talk about generalized, non-personal things, entertain me for a little while. Cat's trying to entertain me, but she can't talk. Let's talk about how you teach me about animal behavior science. Because she wasn't quite looking at me. You say when the cat looks at you and still blinks, it's a sign of love.
Well, that's what they say. You have to really
All right.
know for sure.
Well, that's
All we know is that when a cat cares about somebody, they do something.
right.
Yes.
Well, it's like saying that they say that a full flow Raptor engine design is more efficient than a stage combustion, but is it really? Well, the point is, it's the same thing. You know, she was staring at my pillow though. She was slow blinking my pillow. What do you think that means?
Remember, anything a little cute stuff belongs to her.
Oh.
So you belong to her, therefore the pillow belongs to her.
Oh, so she was looking at I was stealing her pillow. Is that what you're saying? That makes sense. See? Look at that. I went and sought an expert. She's like, all right. They'll kill me. You know, probably deserve it. Oh. Dinosaurs, Dragons, and DNA, Part 1. Professor Steve Taylor. No, it's something here on Facebook. From Tiffany Danielle. My creation versus evolution. The flood. Liverpool. Sounds British. How's your geography? You know what Liverpool is? She's like, shut up. Do you want to talk with me or should I go do something different? Kill me. All right. I tried.
No, it's really good putting something else. Kills me. I'm
Well,
like,
it's
got a
amusing.
shovel? I'm gonna dig myself a hole.
You're blushing, by the
I bet.
way. Okay. Well, yes or no? All right, Dan. I guess I get the hint. I don't know. Huh? Oh, I got one viewer. Huh? I think I did it already. Well, and so I've been kind of just sharing my own stuff for well over an hour at least, and I'm more interested in hearing from other people. So, you and Matt are my current guinea pigs. What? Yes. You fuzzy. What? Yeah. It's better than me, aren't you? Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. You're at that age where you stop growing up and you start growing out. Yeah. I got to like 240 one time, huh? Yeah. No, it's a kind of a natural phase. You know, guys growing up, when you're young, you eat, 10 meals a day, and like people used to call me a tube with legs, whatever. I could eat anything, and I would never fill out. I was tall, but as soon as you start hitting a certain age, you still eat that much, you start filling out. Uh-huh. Oh, there you go. Scientific observation. But yeah, no, I was what? I was 180-ish growing up. High school, twig, 6 foot tall twig. 160. Well, the taller you get, the more fast. So I got to 240 at one point. My last PT test was in Germany. It was the first and only time I ever had to get the tape measure. My weight, the height registry was right. It was the night before I ate an entire package of Oreos. So next morning, they had to do a neck test on, which I passed. But yes, yes, you're welcome to it. It's because we're crazy. All right. So, all right. Jesse, what? You trying to give me a hint? What if it shows up if I highlight it? Little bed icon. He's like, go to bed, Joel. From Canada, right? Canada with love. Send me a bed. Cat, don't scratch the carpet. Hey, you got to scratch the carpet. Yeah, I'm talking to you. She's looking at me. No. Anyhow, yeah, Jesse, if you're up, man, I'd love to talk with you some more, man. I don't have any particular interest. I was hoping to try to get people to want to share the scientific knowledge stuff and evidence of God. Because certainly for any fellow Christians, because Paul says to sanctify yourself in the Lord and always be ready to give an answer or have a reason for your belief. So that is science. So no matter what a Christian has for their confirmation that Jesus is Lord, we have to be ready to talk about it. So whether that's from a strictly scientific perspective, using the latest scientific discoveries, like weirdos like we do, or whether it's just strictly anecdotal, the things that you've personally witnessed that have convinced you. That's good stuff to share. Share our testimony, share our knowledge. Maybe not 2 o'clock in the morning. Saturday morning is the best time. I don't care. You're in bed. I was kind of laying in bed earlier. I'm on my phone. It's quiet. I don't use my phone for school. Yeah, man. And if you want to try that yourself, so StreamYard does work on Chrome, the mobile version, whatever you call it. And I've got the StreamYard is still linked in there. Scroll a bit. Trying to brainstorm a little bit. Thermodynamics, fluid dynamics. That was one of the interview questions that got me hired back at Texas Instruments, which these quantum physics guys were all like trying to ask me about different fluid, laminar flow dynamics. What did I know about laminar flow? Press the socks off. I didn't know what laminar flow had to do with microchips at the time. So, I just knew the science. I didn't know the application for it. It is absolutely critical. So everything that you do for microchips to all the different processes, apparatus, all the dry and wet etch, the plasma etching, the diffusion chamber stuff, lithography, all of it is managed by gas and chemical flows. So when you create your plasma mixture, for example, you have to mix specific gases and chemicals down to the almost molecule. We have these mass flow controllers, meters we call it, that can measure down to the standard cubic centimeter of flow. And when you start to try to deal with like a helium 2 skim measurement, you're measuring the molecules. It's that precise, and you have to do it with physical hardware. It's a physical valve. It's a very extraordinarily delicate physical valve. It's a series of channels to create different multiple balances. That it's all basically electromagnetic valve with specific seals, and you had to use some of the seals were extremely exotic because you were dealing with toxic chemicals. You're doing chlorine and fluorines and all kinds of just crazy stuff that if your seal's damaged, it will kill people. So not only was it super delicate, but it had to be, containment had to be perfect. And I mean, I would calibrate these MFCs, adjust the valves and stuff like that to make it perfect for the instrumentation. We had to use shims and stuff on the again, these are stainless steel, because again, and they were 316 steel, so they could fight the corrosion from all these toxic chemicals. We would do like 10,000th of an inch. I had to use dental tools to be able to manipulate some of these shims and other things for the valve, and then the electronics itself. So laminar flow. So there's an input part of the NFC where the gas comes in, and that's all regulated at larger pressure valve stuff, the pipe space, and then it goes to the tool, and then so there's the you can see all this online. This is all public stuff too. Where there's like a large tube, basically, before the valve, and that has smaller tubes in it. So the shapes and the diameters of the small tubes inside the big tube will change the laminar flow of the molecules that you're trying to control, right? If you've got a large molecule with in your what was it called? There used to be a name for it. Oh my gosh, this is 15, 20 years ago, guys, so I apologize. I haven't put it. Whatever the tubes were called, inner something. The shape of it. If the molecule is too big and whether it was big or too small and your tube was not the right size, the molecules would bounce inside the tubes and start to reverberate, collide, and go backwards, and cause problems. Cause it wouldn't be a perfect flow going into the valve. That could affect the flow rate. Because again, we're dealing with as humanly perfect flow rates as you could think of. Try to maintain all these quantum measurements, it's quantum interactions. It's not easy. But so you had the main tubes, and those had to be perfectly aligned and calibrated, and had to make math. You had to use math, to try to calculate, predict what the best flow would be, and try to make that flow happen. Of course, then you test it with blocks on. But there was a what they call a capillary tube that went on top of that. So some of the gas would be, some of the molecules would be siphoned off, or just exited through natural collision, and ricochet up inside the capillary tube, super thin tube. And there's like a little U shape. So it would go through this tube and then go back and enter the rest of the main stream. And then, of course, the flow itself was calibrated to pull the gas through the capillary tube, so it moves at a steady state. And that's where the main measurement was. So there were two super sensitive, what do they call it? RT something. Resistor, thermo something, resistor couplers. Basically, these this real super thin wire that was wrapped around both sides of that capillary tube, and it was given a little bit of juice using thermodynamic principles, and it was like 3/100ths of a millivolt, super small and precise. And of course, all the electronics for that was another phenomenon. Use Whetstone bridge stuff, do all these near perfect electrical comparison stuff. So much electrical engineering crap. But anyway, so it would measure the heat difference when the molecules went up the inside, the first part of the capillary tube, it would pass those wire wrappings, and it would pull a little bit of the heat off the inductance of that wire. It would change the thermodynamics of the wiring, again, down to the molecule. And then it would transfer that heat along the tube and then go across a second wire coupling and transfer some of the heat to that wire, and it could measure the difference. It would create again, almost impossibly imperceptible millivolt differentiation between that heat transfer. And so you would and then the electronics, this is all hardware side before you get to the software. The hardware would take that difference of the left side versus the right side of the heat transfer of these molecules and say, okay, well, this is how much of a thermodynamic change we're having. And that would be the measurement of how much gas is flowing. And then that would adjust the valve. Again, this valve that's calibrated down to 10,000ths of an inch tolerance. It would move that valve up and down with a tiny little output part of the valve where the gas finally goes, into the rest of the machine for the microchips. There's another microscopic little hole. It would adjust these little valves through a magnet to regulate the gas flow. Super precise. It's so freaking. And then I'd have to educate a lot of those engineers up there, man. My MFC's not measuring right, man. You didn't do my thing right. So I'd bring them to my lab, and I was like, all right, this is how this works. Give them the whole speech, show them how to do it. I even let them adjust some of the measurements, let them see the software side, explain the hardware. Some of them were the ones that didn't care. And it's okay. We've calibrated this thing. See, it's perfect, right? We're within less than 10% of the tolerance change, on the output using our. So they're all right. They've confirmed this MFC is calibrated, right? It's like, all right, now pick it up, drop it down. What do you mean? Just pick it up off the test bench, put it back down. And they would, without as gently as I told them, as gently as you can. And then they would do that. They could watch live on the test output. It adjusted the calibration parameters. It would adjust the flow. So it's like, so when you pick it up and you just drop it in your door, your desk, or whatever drawer, up there to the fab, you've messed up the MFC. I was more diplomatic about it. The point was, don't just mishandle your MFC. So they look at the point, bring it up, now put it down, kick the level, and all the rest of it just kind of tossed. Right. But yeah, it's a fun job. Save the company millions of dollars a year. Because normally you have to send your MFCs out to the country. So it'd be like $1,000, $2,000, whatever it was. And then usually they come back this color. Throwing back some truck somewhere. So we spent the first part. Somebody else built, but they gave me like $12 million to design. So I picked up one of those therapy gases. It was kind of like a temporary closet, I guess you call it. It was like a part of the second floor pipe space that was at the entrance. It wasn't actually in the pipe space, thank God. A quiet spot that just had a bunch of like a wire fence around it, wire wall that they would use for storage. Boxes and equipment. Little fenced-in, little caged area, and so they built the concrete walls around it. Again, I'm dealing with gases, and I had to have a class 10 clean room environment. So we got the drapes and the positive and negative airflow systems going in the room. So we spent quite a bit of money souping up that closet to make it a class 10 clean room lab. Hello, Kitty. And because you can't test your MFC with 100% CL2. You'll just kill yourself, right? So we had to use surrogate gases. So we would use like SF6 or different non-toxic chemicals, basically, different freons. I would use like helium itself or hydrogen, even oxygen. I would use these other pure gases that had very similar atomic properties to the toxic stuff. And then I would just add a coefficient change in the software so that it would look like, or test very similar to the big, thick, deadly toxic stuff. To, hello, kitty. Say, okay, well, this is good enough, you know. It's maybe a pure chlorine MFC, but I calibrated using oxygen, for example. Close enough. And of course, they would verify it before they restart the process. But so anyway, so I started doing all that, and then, you know, talking about the mass controller problems with them. Of course, that would lead them to other conversations. Well, since you know about this, Joel, can you help us with this problem? I'm like, well, I can try, you know. And next thing you know, I'm basically the lead guy at all these different fabs. I was the go-to guy, and I'm literally helping solve the equations for a lot of the quantum predictive, what do they call it, quantitative something or other element. You can use math to try to predict when a quantum event will happen. And so using the uncertainty principle and a bunch of things. But the catch is, though, that if you want to predict when a reaction is going to happen, when there's going to be a we call it a wave function intersection for a particular chemical reaction to change something, if you try to predict when it's going to happen, you can't know where it's going to happen, right? And vice versa. If you try to know where an event is going to happen in a quantum environment, quantum perspective, whatever you call it, you lose precision on when it's going to happen. And so you try to come to a happy medium, the best guess you can, because that's the whole problem with quantum physics, the uncertainty of it. When and where your reaction is going to happen, you can calculate that. You can predict that. You can say, okay, I think that if I put this chlorine in with this, you know, whatever other thing, with this boron together, then it's going to cause this reaction, and we want to calculate not just at the molecular level, the chemical reaction level, but at the quantum level. Wow, that's loud. Oh, loud. Miss Kelly. So I'm trying to talk about my old job, and you're all freaking TI, and you're all making all this noise with the ice maker. You come hang out with me. Rude. All right. I understand. Anyways. What's it doing? All right. So, yeah, if you predict this stuff, there are all kinds of cheat sheets and software and fun stuff. Because, you know, you do it often enough, you try to make it quick and easy. And you can use patterns. That was TI's HFAB, they called it, their R&D facility. You have research development side of microchips, and you have production side. So we would do all the research for the new product and new chemical processes, figured it out, perfected, and then, you know, come up with a recipe for whatever it is they're trying to do. And then we would send those recipes to the production fabs, and they would mass produce it, you know, make millions and billions of them. That's why chips are so cheap, you know. So we still make billions of dollars. So I was on the research side of it, and so you have to. A lot of it was just guesswork. It's like, okay, does this work? Yes. Does this work? Yes. Does this work? No. Okay. Does this work? No. Hey, this used to work, but it doesn't work anymore. Well, let's do it this way then. Literally, that's science. It's a lot of it's is trial and error, man. But it's a lot of fun. Learned a lot. Pretty crazy. Multi-million-dollar budgets to do something seemingly simple. Designed chips for everything from friggin' missiles to one of the most expensive ones was BMW asked us to design a new DSP chip for their anti-lock braking system, right? I'm like, brakes need chips? First of all, I'm like, wait a minute. This is 2000s or so. And they're like, yeah. So they wanted to do this new fancy process for their ABS system. So they needed a new chip for it, right? and nobody else made this technology. And so they're like, TI, go make us this chip. It's like $50 million project. And they were supposed to do it within 5 years, right? I'm like, wow, just for freaking breaks, right? But hey, they that's their money. They figured they'll earn a profit off it somehow. I guess if we can figure it out. But we were over budget. You know, it's going on to that 7th year. We're like, okay. So we have to question mark all that time and money. Are we going to continue trying to figure this? We finally did. Clicked. I can't talk about it, but we figured out BMW's DSP chip for the brakes. So all you BMW drivers out there that like your anti-like brakes, you're welcome. But of course, you know, everybody steals it. You know, everybody piggybacks off of it. You know, anti-like brake systems have never been the same. But the point is, it's a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of trial and error. It's just crazy. But a lot of scrapped wafers. That's where solar panels came from for a long time. Every time we screw something up, we scrap our wafers. That's a whole other story. We had these giant, no, it's not that giant. We had these giant stacks of, I should say, 55-gallon steel metal drums. They were painted black, and we would just we would crumble up the wafer, you know, because you didn't want anybody to steal your design, much less, you know. Plus, it was all full of toxic chemicals, you know, half partial doped wafer. So we would crunch them up, toss them in these big barrels, and people would buy them. So a lot of the solar panels out there, if you look real close at the bottom of it, under the photoelectric side, you'll see like little jig-jags of looks like little glass. Those are old scrap wafers from people that screwed up in microchips. And that was expensive. So diffusion chambers, they process about 50 or so wafers at a time, and they create a specialized gas dopant field to try to basically apply dopant to it's basically a bulk wafer process, right? You try to do something in bulk, so you load up the diffusion tube, and again, you put the perfect amount of gas reactions in there, try to get it to stick to the wafers just right. And if you screw up, then, or something doesn't work like you had predicted, then you lose all those wafers. So there's one team I worked with that was cute. This one guy in particular, you'd all like, well, there goes a Ferrari. Because, you know, it costs $250,000 sometimes, a whole tube of wafers. And so that was the only joke. So that's why solar panels they used to not be cheap. They're getting cheaper, of course. Everything gets cheaper, but solar panels used to be expensive because even scrapped wafers cost money. So anyways, that's all that. What else? So I already knew about quantum physics before that, but that's where I got to be in applied quantum physics. Microchips, and they did MEMS too, the microelectronic machines, nanobots. That is real. That is not science fiction. We make actual little electrical mechanical devices, gears, the accelerometer stuff. Those are little flaps basically that you send a current through, and as you know, when things speed up or slow down, it changes the forces on these little forks real close together, and you can measure the difference of the electrical, you know, potentials, differentiation between the forks, and you calculate that electronically. So okay, you're accelerating this direction at this speed, you know. It's all microscopic. It's all tiny. It's all at the nano level, nanometers. And so you do that with chips, with the chip technology, building things at the molecular level, literal. So all kinds of cool stuff with that. Little clocks. IBM did their experiments where they froze, I think it was xeon atoms, and made little stop frame animations. You can look it up, called a boy in his atom, or boy in his ball, or something. I forget what it's called. It's a little animation of a kid playing with a ball. So it's all in atoms. It's literal atomic You can see the little gravitational dips in the material around it. And they explain it. They show all the science to it. So I went the level below that. We went from atomic to quantum manipulation. Really cool. And it's not that complicated. It's just math. I mean, the math is complicated, but you know, like with anything, once you get the equations down, you just plug the numbers in. You know, sure, you got to tweak the equations every once in a while, but you know, anybody can learn this. Like Kelly said, you just pick stuff up. You want to learn calculus differentials? Well, spend the time to learn it. You know, you can learn it in under a semester. You know, if you want to go, someone can teach you. But if you want to learn it on your own, you can learn it overnight. You know, and you'll forget it overnight. That's what Elon talks about. You don't need school anymore. School is just for fun. For me, going back to school is just to go find other people that are not in my immediate sphere of influence or whatever, my circle, to help solve other problems with. You know, I don't actually get to learn. The only thing I learned, I guess I could say I learned about, particularly in this big data certificate, was some of the projects we do, some of the labs we do is kind of fun that I probably would never have had exposure to. So so it's big data stuff, right? So there are very large scale public city municipality, we call it, data collection projects out there where they're trying to collect everything from like water usage to traffic flow to, you know, so all these big data projects to try to solve problems, right? And so and there's a lot of it's public, or you know, it's for university, whatever research. So you know, our school will get that, and we'll use that for learning some of the big data stuff. Which again, I already do that. I do that for rocket science. I do it for the security stuff I'm doing now, for the stuff I'm not supposed to talk about, and I already do it. I've been doing it, but I guess I get to see how cities do it with their data. So again, so I don't really learning anything, but I guess I'm seeing how what cities do for their big data. Point. Otherwise, I wouldn't expect to ever go look at how a city manages their traffic flow. You know, which is a whole other nightmare, by the way. Everybody wants to talk about how traffic is managed. All you freaking fools out there that are getting on the freeway would stop trying to get in the fast lane and go slow. Just stay in your slow lane. There'd be very little to no traffic. It's all the people that want to change lanes and pick a lane that they don't necessarily need to. That's what causes all the problems. So do what the Germans do. In Germany, on the Autobahn, it is illegal for you to drive on a left lane unless you're passing somebody. It's also very practical. I don't know, that's a kind of cool topic. So if you're driving, if you go in the fast lane and you stay there, you're gonna die. Someone's gonna come up. I had a little Volkswagen Passat station wagon, man. It wasn't all that. It was nice. It had a good engine, whatever. But I'm going 180 kilometers, like 150 something miles per hour, just cruising down. You know, thinking I went faster. I had some sort of French, sort of the C, it was called. It's a fancy French car that it's a white sports car. It had a little valve switch thing in the center console. You move this lever, and so it had air hydraulics for the shocks. It would change the level of the car. So the faster you go, you can, and it did it automatically, but you could manually adjust it. It would go closer to the ground the faster you go to help kind of use aerodynamics to help it cling to the ground better. And of course, when you got slow, it would the car would raise back up so that you don't run into all the bumps and whatever. But so yeah, I was going about 300 kph in that one car. I wish I could remember what it's called. Citron? I forget. That's, I guess. You know you're old when you can talk about something that happened 30 years ago, right? So anyways, I'm cruising along, and then some black thing, I don't even know what it was, but something that was black. It's just, I'm sort of cruising, I'm going 180 miles an hour, 300 kph, whatever. All of a sudden, boom, something else is probably going 500 kph or where, I don't even know, whatever, but they were going. And made me look like I was standing still. So anyways, if you stay in the left lane in the Autobahn, in certain places, you will die. So Do not stay on left. So here in America and other places, people don't care. You know, it's a 70-mile-an-hour freeway. They'll go 60 in the left lane. You know, everybody's got to pass them, and that's what causes traffic problems. And of course, it bikes it up for miles and hours because some fool decided they wanted to go drive slower in the fast lane or normal speed in the whatever. You know, the speed differentiations are what causes all the traffic problems. All of them. In fact, I remember one time I got a speeding ticket. Well, I had two. And so I did the driver's ed thing to get out of it. And never forget the very first question the driver's ed teacher asked. He asked us, what's the number one cause, do you think, of traffic accidents? Everybody's giving all their answers. He's like, wrong. Number one cause of traffic accidents is slow drivers. And we're like, oh, really? And he showed us all these stats and all this stuff. So apparently, people want to get around when they want to get around slow drivers. You know, you get frustrated. You don't have the same caution that you do try and change lanes because you're frustrated with the slow driver. So that's where accidents happen. I'm blabbering. So Jesse deserted me. Just kidding, Jesse. What else can I talk about? And normally I'll go like on Facebook or other YouTube channels and just try to find people there to talk about, but they get heated. People get stupid. And I do too sometimes. So I guess if I'm able to pause myself and everybody and other people talking to say, hey, look, no. And also, I guess it's also the advantage of a small group. There's not people sitting and chomping at the bit to say something. That's what makes these channels here better. Small channels. Like Graham. I haven't seen Graham stream in a while. Nice small channel. So a bunch of people asking me to start my own debate group on Facebook. I'm like, meh. I used to run debate groups. Used to have rules. You get 2 or 3 warnings. No ad hominems or you get kicked. And they'd make another ad hominem. I give them another warning. Look. Like, yes, you did. Here's the definition of ad hominem logic fallacy. This is how you did it. Whether you agree with it or not, do it again and you're gone. And they do it again, they're gone. So that's how you maintain civilized debate. I see somebody watching. If you want to come chalk me, let me know. Otherwise, I don't want to go do what I normally do. I want to talk with you guys. Somebody random. I don't care. I want something different. That's why I'm hanging here for so long. I want something different for a change. I don't want to go to the same places to fight. So I'm only talking to fill the dead air, waiting for somebody to want to come talk. It's my trusty kitty. What are you doing over there? Technology. So we're going to the moon next year. NASA finally broke down and made it. I mean, everybody knew it already. They already talked about it. They finally made it official. More or less scrapping the Artemis program again. Constellation program being mothballed again. Thinking government can never do anything, right? So they're going to hire Elon. So the debate is if we're going to buy a Falcon Heavy versus a Starship. If Elon can get a Starship to not crash, not explode. to go to the moon, hopefully sometime next year or the year next. And it's stupid because there's no reason to go to the moon. This is a fun conversation if everybody's got opinions on that. Where should we go? You know, Grange Points, Moon, Mars, somewhere else. So the moon does not have any resources. You know, it's got giant chunks of underground mountains of titanium and iron, and it's got a very, very thin surface of helium-3 and oxygen, but who cares? You know, so there's no reason for that. You can siphon that from anywhere, you know, not just the moon. So it's kind of a dead playground, you know. If you needed whatever experiment just absolutely needed to be under 1/6 gravity, you just stick it on a space station and don't spin it so fast. You know, it's easy. So Mars has everything. It's got real estate. It's got all the precious metals. It's got lots of water, or at least enough water. It's got carbon dioxide. So the only useful thing that Perseverance is doing, in people like my opinion at least, is something called the MOXIE experiment. And I don't remember what the acronym is, but it's online. It's all kinds of details of it. But basically, it's another saboteur type experiment to convert carbon dioxide not only into methane for fuel, for propellant, but also into oxygen. And it's very, very successful. We can experiment with it here on Earth. It's great. You know, prove that technology, but do it in real world on the surface of Mars. So Perseverance brought the MOXIE box with it, and it is working better than expected. So we have an unlimited supply of free oxygen to convert. So not only from Mars, because it has 96% CO2, but Venus also has this huge concentration of carbon dioxide. So we can convert that into oxygen. And of course, as we further perfect that technology for large-scale production, terraforming, make that cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as we do everything. So the same thing would be done for Earth. There's a big debate on whether or not there's actually enough carbon dioxide on Earth, because plants actually thrive better at greater than one part per million, or excuse me, 1 part per, whatever it is, the 1,000 parts per million, whatever it is. And that the 400 parts per million right now is too low. And that if we get below 200 parts per million, then actually all life on Earth will die. Basically, actually 150 parts per million, but still. So there's all kinds of talk about increasing carbon dioxide on Earth, and all the poor little eco-fascists out there that are worried about their, oceanfront property. If that's even a case, they can just suck it. There's more than just your precious oceans for property to worry about. But regardless, if carbon dioxide were to ever become a problem or an actual imbalance, then as we perfect the MOXIE conversion of CO2 into O2 on Mars, we can do the same thing on Earth. Set a bunch of MOXIE plants, just convert that. We can do anything we want. Science. God teaches us science. We can do whatever the heck you want. We can reverse engineer God's designs. That's the point. So that's the cool thing about that little helicopter is cool and all, but it's dumb. It's not useful. We're gonna do all that stuff on the colony anyways. Send out probes and transportation and stuff like that. So there's a game simulation out there called Occupy Mars, being developed by a cool little Polish studio. That it's very cool. They're trying to make it as detailed as possible. One of the little things they've developed is a jetpack, a little rocket pack you can use to transport with, not just the helicopter stuff or vehicles, cars, whatever. But since Mars' atmosphere is so thin, so even just for one person, for a one-man, jet-propelled jetpack thing, it has a very wide and large wingspan to create the aerodynamic effect. And it's cute. They got a trailer available on YouTube somewhere. All the ways you can die on Mars. Now, that's one of the things in their simulation. If you could crash flying your little giant condor wing size, whatever you call it, little jetpack. So love those guys. I'm on their what do you call it? Their privileged or VIP beta test, and they've got a what do you call it? A free downloadable demo on Steam now, so everybody wants to go check it out. You can help give them some feedback, but we're always like, shut up and take our money. I don't care if it's done or if it's not ready or not. And it's only single person player right now. Eventually, we'll hopefully make it multiplayer. And it's all based off the SpaceX modeling stuff. So I had fun sharing what I could in a little Discord community and stuff. But it sucks because it's just it's a small little community. There's too few people that want to talk about not just space science in general, but the next step for humanity, colonizing Mars, becoming an interplanetary species, quote unquote, as Elon puts it. Talk about it, people. It's cool. It's better than friggin' the Emmy Awards or whatever stupid crap. Stuff on Earth is petty. I'm sorry. Other than trying to help convince people, to love the Lord and win people to, know that salvation is real, so they don't die and wallow in their misery the rest of eternity. Other than that, everything else we do on Earth, it's just no offense to anybody, but it's boring. I mean, and I'd love to hear if somebody convince me what's, I've done microchips, I've done rockets, I've done satellites, I've done artificial intelligence, I've defended freedom, I've done almost everything I think I would care to want to ever do. And it's like, what's next? Information. Okay, everything's information. I got my information science sheepskin now. Just so I'm working. I'm doing it. I've consolidated all of my past experience, solving problems now in information. Everything is information. If I knew the things I know now back then, it'd be a whole different. Would have been better. So we're improving technology in leaps and bounds. The technological singularity, as they call it, is here. And I'm on the edge of it. I'm on the forefront. I'm on the top of the logarithmic curve, working myself out of a job. We got AI that's programming AI, literally today, right now. The super intelligence AI that Elon's all terrified of. Elon literally says that super AI, super intelligent AI, is more dangerous, in his opinion, than nuclear bombs, the nuclear weapon technology. He says, so we regulate. That's his whole point about regulating AI, is that we regulate nuclear weapons, right? We don't want just anybody out there to develop their own nuclear bomb, like Iran, for example, much less Mikhail Keku, how do you pronounce that guy? That guy, the string theory guy, love him. He seems like he's just a layman often, but no, he built a particle accelerator to try to create antimatter in his parents' garage, California, when he was in high school. It was a science fair project, which is not that hard to do, but he did it. He's trying to. He didn't actually create antimatter, but he got close. He had a good vacuum chamber. He had all the mixing for it. He was getting there. It's not rocket science. And thankfully somebody pulled him aside and said, "It's a good job, kid, but let's go do this instead." But what was I going to say about him? I forget now. Daggone it. Fell off my own tangent. Oh well. I'll think of it later. I think the point is that we've done it all. We're doing it all. We're just constantly improving things. So, which is great. But let's go do something else. Let's go build a colony on Mars and go improve it. And let's go build a free water fountain in the sky at Europa. So anybody and everybody can go get some free water. Transport it everywhere that we need water at. And then let's go set up automated liquid methane siphoning platforms over Titan. Just you need some propellant for your Methalox Raptor engine. Let's go stop by the gas station over Titan, or just go deliver it anywhere else in the solar system you need. Let's go do that. Why don't we talk about it? Let's go talk. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to be anything. You can still learn it, talk about it. That was my point. Keiko was a high school kid, and he taught himself enough about particle physics to build his own friggin' accelerometer, or acceleratron, what do you call it, to make antimatter. He got darn close. He knew what he was doing. He could probably do it himself today hopefully without blowing himself up, but still. I could do it. Anybody listening to this, we could do it. You could figure it out. You need a vacuum chamber. You need, some very expensive, but doable acceleration stuff and magnets. Make a small one. Well, the smaller you make it, the harder it is to actually create antimatter. But still, you can learn it. You can experiment with it. You can do it in your garage. Just don't tell anybody. They might send people with guns at you or something. Oh, that was the point. Thank you. Artificial intelligence. So Elon talks about how we regulate certain technology like nuclear weapons, so that not everybody can do it, right? Because it's dangerous. If Jesse Camping goes and make a nuclear bomb in Canada, he could use it, for bad things. Not that he would, just that, you want to make sure. Jesse, you making nuclear bombs in your kitchen. So, but nobody's doing that with AI. He's convinced this, and I agree with him. And I love to go back and forth on it, but other people can disagree that super intelligence not only will basically break the economy, put everybody out of business almost. It actually does. No, that's the point. That's what reminded me. Even those of us that do AI, it will put us out of business, much less everybody else. And you got Googleplex, you got all these other technologies already in place today that can eradicate the entire service industry overnight. Manufacturing sectors, you are robots. Robots do better than you can, more precision, without sleep, and they're cheaper than you are. You union factory workers out there, God bless you. You want your $40 an hour job. If you try to get any more, they're going to replace you. They're already replacing you with robots. You go to any car manufacturing line, you look at that, the majority are robots. Our jobs are all obsolete, all of them. So he's thinking that as far as disruptive technology goes, not just disruptive in a good way, but as in societal changes, societal destruction technologies, I think he calls it. Super AI is more dangerous and more catastrophic than nuclear weapons. So if we're going to regulate nuclear weapons, we need to regulate AI. This is his point. We need to make sure if you're going to develop AI, you're going to have to subject yourself or be subjected to regulations. Inspectors need to go in there. They need to see your code. They need to see what you're developing. What is your end product? Be held accountable. Don't just collect fusionable material that you can crush into a oh, I'm getting tired now too. Oh my gosh. 3 o'clock. What's it called? Critical mass. You need to show people what you've got so we can make sure you don't do that. Same thing with AI. We need to show people what your AI can do so we make sure you don't do that. We don't. People are out there, there's companies out there that are trying to develop AI to destroy their competition, which is great usually, but the AI can turn around and destroy you. Not just Skynet, worse than Skynet. if there is such a thing. Things that we cannot fathom. Things that are more intelligent than we are. Things that can think of things faster and further than we can think of. True, self-aware, cognizant, intelligent. And it's all just heuristics, guys. It's all just mimicking heuristics. You can codify human intelligent heuristics. That's one of the tests. It's one of the things that so Kurzweil made the prediction that 2010 is when he thought that the supercomputer industry could create using human heuristics, intelligent math, to create a computer system that can think at the same speed and think in a human way, the same speed as a typical human brain, right? And it's been 21 year or 10 years, 11 years now after that, and I mean it's still possible. We're not really close. But the point is that that's the measurement. We know how to mimic human thinking heuristically. We know how to make predict human behavioral processes. We can. My wife, that's her field. That's her expertise is in predicting human behavior. You can predict it. You can say there's a this is the probability you're going to do that. I love how she summarizes it. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. It's real. It's science. You can simplify it. You can codify it, measure it, make predictions with it. Test it. So we do that with computers, with AI. We can mimic human intelligence artificially. It's already been done. Been doing it for years, right? So Fujitsu, they do more than just make, camera film. They've got what's called their K supercomputer. This is the letter K in Japan, and it's very impressive, very large. Multi-million square foot facility. I forget how many server racks they have, but it's very nicely designed parallel processing supercomputer. And so that's their test gauge. They run human heuristic layers to literally think like a human. And so they've got the current world record. I think it was maybe 2 years ago now, maybe 1 or 2 years ago. Their latest test, I think the public test anyways that I read about, they were able to simulate 1 second of human brain processing thinking. It took them 40 minutes. So they're not quite on par, but they're getting there. That's the point. And they're convinced it's more of a software problem than a hardware problem. So it's just a matter of figuring out whatever other, again, back at SpaceX, what are the bottlenecks? What is the information throughput? How do we get our own machines to think faster, much less ourselves? Us poor humans, we have to use machines today now to help us think faster, literally. So we're teaching machines to think for us so the machine can do it faster and more efficient with fewer mistakes. That's literal science. That's today. It's not science fiction. That is what we're doing. That's what I do for a living. Many other people. So we should talk about it. People don't talk about it. They don't talk about the Kardashians or Madonna or whatever else is stupid. It's annoying. But anyways, so yeah, as far as we're concerned, IBM or Fujitsu or whoever, they can figure out whatever throughput problem is going on and make a computer think faster than a human being. Tonight, it's just a matter of just that aha moment. Collecting all the data and trying to iron out the bugs, so to say. And as soon as that starts to happen, there's very little to nothing to stop a super intelligent AI to figure out how to override its off switch, whatever kill switch you want to put on it, and do whatever the heck it wants. You have faith if it's going to be nice or not. And as Nietzsche and all these other crazy philosophers out there talk about, that most intelligences aren't nice. There's a lot of very, very intelligent sociopaths out there, mass murderers. They tend to be very intelligent. So there's no reason to think that super AI is going to be nice and beneficial and help us fix the planet and grow flowers or whatever crap. It's going to probably do the exact opposite. You humans suck, you know. Terminator times 1,000, whatever. I don't know. Who knows? What's the point? Super AI is more dangerous than nuclear warfare. What are we going to do about it? Not enough people talk about it. I think even poor Elon is burnt out. There's a YouTube he put out recently where it's his final warning. He says he's going to try to make one more last ditch plea. And it's not that he's giving up necessarily. It's just he's sold all his stuff. He's working on Neuralink. He's dumping all of his stuff in Starship now. Starlink is supposed to help pay for the colony too. That's coming online. Also, we can try to help take all of humanity's eggs out of this one basket because we are in a very fragile state, not just for sociopolitics and economics, but our own technology. So the only other thing we're talking about, so we're doing what we can to protect humanity until Jesus comes back. The summary. And it reminds me of Einstein and Planck. They did the same thing. When they saw the rise of atheism in Nazi Germany, I quote those guys too. Einstein tried to warn them, hey, look, no, it's great that we have all this objective truth and technology is wonderful, but it does not take away. We have to protect what the proclaimers of, how did he put it? High moral something or other. He talked about Buddha, Moses, and Jesus. He said these personalities rank higher for him than all of the whatever you call it, people, the scientists and whatnot. He had a word for it. I'm getting tired. I can't remember off the top of my head. Planck was even worse. Poor Planck. He was like these atheists. He's not, and they were these Nazis. Everybody that was in Germany, they knew they weren't Christians. You could tell. You can tell when you got fake Christian evangelists. Whatever you call them, or TV evangelists, whatever. They're fake. Everybody knows. Only atheists think that the Nazis were Christians, and they weren't. They were atheists by word and in deed. So all the scientists were like these atheists, these Nazi atheists coming to power, these socialists, fascists, were. He said that. Well, I should just quote him directly. It's not from my computer, but basically he said atheism is going to destroy civilization. They're going to ruin all of our treasures of society. They tried, and they failed. All of the scientists in Germany tried to warn the public about the rise of atheism, and they didn't care. Einstein said they preferred. That's why Einstein said that the Bible was the greatest book ever written, but the masses don't want, to think about conscience. They want bread and circuses. So Hitler burned the Bibles. Hitler burned Bibles to give the public bread and circuses. Socialism is a very tempting thing. You what? I can get free food and free money if I get hurt, or if I don't feel like working right now, I can still have a basic living wage. What? I can choose not to work and force people to work for me? Heck yeah! Who wouldn't want that? My daughter's Taco Bell right now. They don't keep their stores open. That was kind of nice. They had them open tonight, but they say that they can't find work because of this stimulus check stuff. Why work? They've got 2 or 3. My son as well. I'm sorry, brother. My son managing his McDonald's. They're they're not supposed to have time off, but these kids, they just leave. They don't come. They just, I don't need this job. They can't keep staff because why work? You're getting free money from the government. That's socialism. It destroys. Anyway, so here we are, scientists trying to repeat what Einstein and Planck and all these other guys did, try to save humanity. All these humanist scientists, and it doesn't work. Public doesn't care. They want their freebies. They want their bread and circuses. So we're going to try to go create extraterrestrial colonies, try to create our own new cities Create our new civilization, a new society off Earth. You talk about how, like, the pilgrims, for example, the Christian pilgrims, they fled Europe because the Christians back then, all the Anglicans and the Lutherans and all they were becoming atheists. They were ignoring Jesus. The Catholics were murdering people for their politics. They're killing people in Jesus' name. Jesus Christ says to love your enemy and your neighbor as yourself. So if you kill so anybody that kills anybody, you're Antichrist by definition. There's Antichrist atheists running the Vatican. So, so these people that actually want to obey Jesus, they got in boats and they fled. They risked their lives on these multi-month-long, death-defying. They weren't sailors. They didn't know. They barely knew the technology, but they bought these boats and they almost died to get away from all that crap, thinking, that they could scratch out a new life somewhere else. And all kinds of problems with that, of course, but that's the mentality. So they say that America, Thatcher and Reagan and all these other conservative, that America was the last best place for freedom on earth, right? Well, not anymore. America is getting overrun by socialism, fascism. It's all here now, too. Democratic socialist fascism. So what's the next thing? So now we're building boats. We're getting ready to learn how to sail across the next big sea. We're going to sail further shores, further seas, whatever you call it. Go find new. Oh my gosh, I almost quoted Star Trek. New worlds and civilizations to go. No one has gone before. Blah blah blah. Point is, we're going to try to set sail again across the deep black sky. Go build new homes again. Go create a new. We're going to be pilgrims again. Go create a new free society away from all the fascists, all the theists and atheists fighting over this stupid crap. So we can go just be like Jesus. Just love each other and work together. Peace. Tolerance. Jesus said, if somebody doesn't want to agree with you, walk away. Dust the sand from your sandals. That's why only Judeo-Christian nations can be tolerant, can have secular societies, because Christians are ordered. We're told. If someone doesn't want to listen to you, leave them alone. That's tolerance. That's secularism. You can't have secular societies in atheists. China, North Korea, Soviet Socialist Fascist Russia, those were not tolerant nations. They were not secular either. They were atheist, very atheistic religions. So, anyways. So hopefully we can build the new boats to sail across space to go start new nations outside of this one, to get away from the socialists, fascist barbarians. The hordes are coming again. The German Hun, as General Patton would say, the German army, the Hun are coming. The barbarians. Same thing, except they're not just German now, or Italian, or Russian. They're American now. We got American fascists. Do what I want or die. We're like, no, thank you. Oh, that reminds me of that guy who's from, I think he was Polish. I'll check. I think he was Polish. In Canada, he moves to Canada, starts a church, doesn't wear his mask or whatever, or no, he's having church on a Sunday against some stupid Canadian fascist law that says you can't. You can fly on a plane, cram packed with people, but you can't go to church. And so this literal gang of stormtroopers, these SS, show up at his church to arrest him, and he's like, "You got violent, or not violent, but he got very upset." He's like, "Get out of my church! Come back if you have a warrant." Calling them Nazis, That poor man. It broke my heart because I've been overseas. I've seen this. I've fought with these guys. I know what they've been through. You know, it's that the Nazism stuff, that socialist fascism. That's fresh in their minds. They had to live through. They've got families. They've got their own personal loved ones that were murdered by socialist fascists. They know what this is about. So for him, and he comes to Canada, you think in Canada would be all nice and tolerant, you know, whatever, supposedly Christian-like. But no, now the Canadian fascists are doing what they did to his family, Nazi regimes. So Nazism is alive and well. This just goes by different names. It's like that throughout all of history. So he shooed them out of his church. And I guess that was nice of them. I guess they could have tased him or something, or pepper sprayed him, and you know, hogtied him, whatever other crap people do, Nazis do. So it's here. It's a coming. It's been a coming. Founding fathers warned about it. Jefferson even flat said he'd be surprised if we didn't have to have another civil war every 20 years. So it's been about 200 something. So we're doing the backup plan for humanity. The politically correct public speaking part, you know, it's a case of a, what do you call it? What's it called? Extinction something event. Asteroid or whatever, you know, destroys humanity or whatever, or global warming kills us all, which is stupid. Then fine, let's take our eggs out of this basket. Let's move on. Let's go float somewhere else. You know, if this planet is in jeopardy by war or by whatever, then let's go somewhere else. Nobody talks about it enough. So, and the few people I do find that like to talk about it outside of what I know, they like to argue, oh, you can't go to Mars. You can't maintain an atmosphere. I'm like, oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, it has been. We got all kinds of models, and even this is another good thing about the Perseverance probe now, and the other ones of Pat before it even. We've confirmed that there not only has been, but there is liquid water on the surface of Mars, and certainly under the surface. And there's even ringwood light under Mars mantle and stuff, which is another miracle. But to be able to have even traces of water patterns on the surface, that requires a minimum, was it one? I think it was a 4.4 bar pressure. But there is evidence that Mars has had up to 2 bars of pressure in its past. That's double the Earth's atmosphere. So if Mars could have maintained 2 bars in the past, it could do it again. Let me tell you. So that's our goal. That's a whole other thing. That's barometric stuff. Why is my phone buzzing? Do I have a guest? I do not. I have an email. What do I have? DocuSign, Erica. What do you want, Erica? That is school stuff. Electronic. Okay. What do you want me to sign? And why is it at 3 o'clock in the morning? If you talk, a minute. Please review. Oh, go to bed, Erica. Oh, continue. I'm curious. I think I know what it is, but yep. That was cool of her. We weren't sure if we're gonna. It's part of me whether or not I want to take a break or not. Blah, 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 blah. I have to sign documentations to talk about what my plan is, so they don't do an academic dismissal if I take too long. Apparently, in a graduate program, you can take up to a year off of your school before they make you have to re-register and all that stuff. Which is really cool. So, but they highly discourage it, quote unquote, because the longer you take off, of course, you know, because they work off the whole concept that people going to school to actually learn something, you know, or to get a job, you know, so they got to get a degree. So if you take time off, you'll forget stuff that you needed to learn in your prior classes, to build your classes from, and make it harder for you, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to help your academic career, like that. Doesn't work for me. I already know the crap. Thanks, but no thanks. So I am feeling, or I have been, especially last week, week before. That's why I haven't been on YouTube. Burnt out from work and school, and so I really enjoyed talking on these YouTube things with really cool people off and on the last few months. So I guess that's why I'm blabbering tonight, hoping to finally got a break at work. Oh, what did I do today? I don't even, oh, my boss, he asked me to do something about a report. There's a customer that complained about one of the alarm logs has a security violation to it if you kept the locations set for all. Then it would allow users that did not have permission to see locations they didn't have permissions to. So it's real minor, but it's buried in all these. It's an AI thing. It's buried in all these database tables and permit. I mean, it's super complicated, and well, it's not. It's normal complicated. All these different database views and stuff that do all this math and all this these processes and stuff with all these AI things, all these different layers. And so there's all these checks and balances. And so I guess this report that this one client is using is actually all the clients are using it. They just found out the flaw in it. It points straight to a table and it ignores a lot of the views that are designed to check for, security stuff. So he asked me to look into it. I haven't done any of that yet. So I'm having to learn the database, some of the tables and the functions a little more deeply. And I think I figured it out. I found the two views. There's a read and a write view. It's kind of cool. That and so the next hard part. So the reports are done on the old ancient crystal reports, the SAP crystal reports that used to be popular. I guess I don't know. I guess it still is or not. But so it starts with that. So you have an RPT file, and then all of the AI stuff and all the other processing stuff all goes off from there. So I've got to modify the crystal report to not only point to the new view or a different view, but I gotta set up a fake user now and test it. And that's another hard part. We're still learning all the user security and all the other stuff. So I started with, I keep trying to catch myself, make sure I don't say any of the names, but I started with some of the back end stuff, the hardware. And then earlier this month, I was doing some of the front end stuff, which was cool. So now I'm getting into the database stuff. So, which all of it all touches database stuff anyways, but I didn't have to actually know a lot of the stuff. They just say, okay, this is the table that does this. Okay. And set up the parameters and configuration stuff for that. So now I get to get deeper into the database stuff. Understand the security the AI uses. So I could go work on that a little bit. Yeah, I've been doing 5 hours talking about and no one's coming back up, so I guess I might as well be. I don't I talking about I don't want to go back to Facebook or anywhere else. This is boring. I've done everything. I need some new flesh, new ideas. I need somebody to challenge my paradigm, challenge my biases. Tried to on Tangelo's channel earlier tonight. I just got shouted at. Yeah. Mr. Antangelo was muting me because the atheists were shouting at me. Rude. Anyways. So I can have a small mutually respectful conversation little channel here where even if we quote unquote talk over each other, it's in an effort of sharing data. You know, to get your egos in the way. You can go back and forth. You can change streams and ask questions and go back and forth. No pressure, no stress. It'd be nice. I really crave finding more atheists that can say more than they just don't care. You know, that's the bottom line they come up with. Well, you know, we don't want to know. You're wrong, Joel. What does this have to do with that? I'm like, well, why'd you bring it up? You know, it's like, you're wrong. Why? You're just wrong. Why am I wrong? Because that doesn't prove God exists. Why does that prove you're God? Well, you tell me. I mean, this is my reason for it. Why am I wrong? Because you're wrong. Why am I wrong? Because I said so. Oh yeah. Annoying. So yeah, it'd be cool to find atheists that know more about the stuff than I do for sure, but can say, yeah, you know, this is why you're wrong, Joel. This is why Jesus can't be God. Oh, thank you. And I'll go talk to Jesus about it later, but still, I wish I could find people like that. You know? Just too many other just atheist religious fanatics, as Einstein called it. You know? Come from the same source as other religious fanatics. And just say things because they want it to be true. It's like, why? Everything that I know in science, all the quantum physics, all the cosmology, all the biology, all the information science, everything I've done for my own self, you know, professionally and personally, proves to me God exists and that Jesus is God. And I study other people that say yes or no. And the stuff that people also have come to the same conclusions agree with my understanding of science. You know? I agree with Spinoza that God can immediately communicate with man. I agree with Spinoza that Jesus spoke to Moses. I can see the correlations. I can see the reasons why Moses said what he said, why Moses made the prophecies, the predictions that he made of Jesus, even though he didn't know who Jesus was. You know, God made it, you know, kind of ambivalent or whatever for a reason, to confound the wise, as the Bible puts it, as biblical science put it. But it all correlates. It all adds up. People say there's a contradiction in the Bible. Where? You know, I think the best I've ever found was something about numbers of chariots. But all that does, like Wallace does, is all it does is that proves that it's forensically valid. You know, that some eyewitness got a number wrong. Well, that just means that eyewitness, you know, got a number wrong. It doesn't change the validity of the whole of the actual event. You know, he says that when you study forensic science, to know something's true, part of the scientific field for forensics is that people get things a little off, but they still collaborate the overall story. The devil's in the details, you know. So that just further proves the event was true. Anyways, there's lots to talk about. Lots of reasons. It'd be nice to talk about it, people that know about it. So, all right. Appreciate the two guys that showed up. And if anybody, of course, everybody listening to this later, you know, if you're that bored, I hope you enjoyed it. I shall try another one later, I guess. I don't think I've got anything. Might do my taxes this weekend. One of our daughters is in the Philippines. About to deliver. She's due in June. So she's, you know. So Nina, she was a big balloon, but Shay's not so much a balloon. So, but still, she's not. Yeah. Anyway, she wants help getting her taxes done, and the Philippine government sucks, and way. they've got total lockdowns over there, so she can't come home because they're locked down for no good reason. Fake COVID crap, destroying stuff, this political crap. But anyhow, so that's the only plan I got for this weekend is taxes, which I'm not committed to. So I shall probably do more of these YouTube channels. If anybody wants to write a comment to want to do something about a specific topic at a certain time, let me know. She'll try to facilitate it. Because again, I crave and I appreciate you guys out there that know this stuff to want to challenge biases together. That's what I'm asking for. I don't see it happening often enough on these YouTube channels or social media in general. I do it at work, but everybody agrees together because we challenge the science together. That's what we do for a living. So we come to the same conclusions. And when we don't, we improve our conclusions. So I want to do that with other people that I don't associate with already. So come on. Teach me something. You guys have a good night.